live. Good morning. Sorry. Wind storms have come down this way.
Two chopping wounds
and
to
it has
the
messed
neck.
up my
And then
interwebs.
C lists another 2 chopping wounds, this time to the left hand.
How's everyone doing?
And then under Roman numeral 2, additional injuries.
For additional
Have to go
injuries, in addition to the sharp force injuries, there were blunt force injuries. So injuries due to the body coming into contact. It's Kelly Cruz. It's KELLYKRUSE.
Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So this is
what
the
is your occupation?
Hatchet
I am an associate state medical examiner at the
witchcraft
Iowa
murder
office of the state
trial.
medical examiner.
How long have you held that position?
Approximately 6 years.
You're currently employed there, I presume, at the state?
Yes.
And you've been there for 6 years?
Yes.
How long have you been a physician?
I've been a physician since 2013.
Yes.
Okay. What is today? Today is Thursday, right? Am I losing my mind?
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Could you tell me what that document is?
This is a copy of my CV or my resume.
Is that true and accurate
Okay.
reflection of your
So the
educational
guy, the
and
defendant,
work
is
history?
not in court today.
Yes, it is.
Because
I
apparently
move to
Gwen
admit
says, according
Exhibit
to
25.
him, today is the Sabbath.
Any objection?
No objection.
25 is admitted.
Could you
I
explain
don't
to
know
the
what
jury
that means.
briefly just what it is you do in your job?
So I'm a board certified forensic pathologist. So I'm trained to perform
Gwen.
autopsies. Those are examinations on deceased individuals, primarily to determine.
And I'm also
the
not
cause of
crazy,
death.
right?
So
This guy looks
what
like he's
led
40.
for them to die, whether it be a
And he's
natural disease or an
29.
injury, and then I determine manner
28.
of death,
Okay.
which describes the circumstances surrounding someone's
This is like
passing.
that Adam Montgomery guy who
I
never went to
autopsy.
court.
I then write autopsy reports.
coward.
I interpret toxicology findings. I read medical records. I teach medical students. I provide expert testimony and do other things with my office. Those are primary duties.
Thank
That's
you.
all-
On
that's
or
all
about
they had to
January
show
19th
Yes.
of this year, did you perform
Today.
an autopsy
Was it on?
on Jennifer Dazey?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
That
Yes.
did it for me.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26. Is that your autopsy?
Yes, it is.
I would move to
This is
admit
day
Exhibit
2.
26.
Any objection?
No objection.
I did the recap of
26
day
is
1
admitted.
yesterday, Kirsten.
And may I approach again?
Yes.
So you've been marked Exhibit. Those photos, or some of the photos that are part of your report.
Oh. Well, he needs to be on meds.
Yes.
Did you elect certain would be helpful in describing
Lucy.
the
Welcome
injuries and your
back.
conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And that's what's contained in that exhibit.
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 26.
26A is admitted.
So let's look at your autopsy report.
As long as she's using it for
And on
educational
page
purposes.
1, diagnoses. Is that sort of
Kirsten, you
a table of contents to the rest of your report?
Yes, it is.
And it's a list of findings from your autopsy?
Yes, it's a summary of all of my findings, which includes the cause of death and any additional findings.
And then you elaborate as your report goes on, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in Exhibit 26A, that group of photos, is that something that helps you in describing your findings in the report.
Yes.
So let's start with your pathologic diagnosis number 1. And at any time when we go through and you're explaining this, if you would like a photo, put up, let us know which one, and we can.
Kylie's
Okay.
weird. That girl is weird.
So pathologic diagnosis number 1, could you explain what that means?
So the first diagnosis is my cause of death. The cause of death in this case was multiple sharp force injuries. Underneath that 1, I have an A, a B, and a C, where I group sharp force injury in the location on the body. There are 3 main locations that had sharp injuries: the head, neck, and the left hand.
A, does
Hi,
that
KL. Welcome.
separate out those
We are
injuries to the
watching
head?
the
Yeah,
Witchcraft murder
There
trial.
were a total
This
of
is day 2. I did a
13
recap
sharp
of day
force
1
injuries.
yesterday.
There were cutting
We're
wounds and chopping
still waiting for
wounds to
the
the head.
verdict or
then
mistrial,
B,
whichever happens today.
There
For
were
Michael Jackson
injuries to the
Bolanos.
neck, a total
I
chopping wounds to the
pickle
neck.
in
And then
hopes that we
C
can
lists another 2
start
chopping wounds, this
him
time to the left
money
hand.
to,
and then under Roman numeral
if
2,
there's a
additional
mistrial,
injuries.
hopefully they will
For
let him
additional
out.
injuries,
So
in
we can
addition to
start
the
him
sharp force
raising him
injuries,
money
there were blunt force injuries.
get him
So
out.
injuries due
Or
to
if
the body
they
coming
dismiss
into
it,
contact with something with a flat surface.
we can
There
start
was a
raising him
contusion
money to
or
start a new life.
bruise on the back of the
Because
left
I know he
forearm,
wants to
some
start a new
bleeding
life.
under the scalp on the left side of the head.
So I'm waiting to
That would
hear
be
back if we can
subgaleal
start
hemorrhage.
Yes.
Then we've got Roman numeral 3
money,
through
raising
6.
him money. I want to get him
Do those
situated.
relate
Oh,
to
thanks,
your
Kale. Which video
cause
did
of
you
death
like?
finding?
No, as part of these diagnoses, I'll list natural diseases that I find. Even though someone may have obvious injury, I may know exactly why they die. I still
I've reached
perform a
out
full
to
autopsy and document all of my findings.
politicians,
So
a lot of
they're
people for
essentially
Michael, just
incidental
trying to find a
natural
way. I
findings.
also got denied.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
I know
let's
you
go
can't hear the
back to
trial
your
because I'm talking
evidence
too
of
much.
injury. And we start out with the head wounds. Would you like
I
a
didn't get my
photograph there?
FOIA
Yes,
because
in
the
terms
trial
of
is still technically
organization,
ongoing.
I listed
So
the head wounds first. I start on the right
district
side of
attorney's
the head,
office
then the left
denied
side
it.
of the head, move from top to bottom. So
Oh,
the
thank
first
you, Kale.
listed
I
are-
think for my series, I'm just kind of at a loss because I don't have any more information, and I got denied to get more information. So
That's
I'm going to try another
maybe publish your
route.
honor.
Yes.
So this photo is
Now I
looking
feel like I
at
need
the
to start
right
kind of like
side
a
of the
part
upper forehead. Here, there are a total of
or
3 chopping wounds.
another series
The
about
largest
Michael
has a squared appearance.
to help him.
It created a skin flap with the skin.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep trying. I'm not
can be
giving up.
reflected upward, and on the last aspect
Y'all don't
of
know
the
me.
head, the
I
photo,
will
it's on your
find a
left.
way.
There are 2 additional chopping
I used to
wounds
be a
at the
stalker,
border
you know,
of
so.
that larger chopping wound. That wound injured the skin and any
You don't get into
soft tissue underneath
criminal
the skin,
stuff
and then
for
injured
nothing.
the frontal bone underneath it.
Did that particular wound penetrate the skull?
No, it only injured the outer surface of the skull.
Okay, so he hatched his mom up in
All
the
right.
head. This is very telling.
Where do you want
by
to
the
go
way,
from there?
you guys.
The next
does this
wound
sound
that's
familiar?
listed is
This
on the
guy
right side of the face,
hit
and
his
that's
mom in the
seen in
head
photo
and face
number
with a hatchet.
5.
Kind of similar to Samantha.
This is showing the right side of Daisy's face, and there's a chopping wound on the right cheek. This chopping wound injured the skin, soft tissue of the right cheek, and then the right side of the mandible or the jawbone.
What was the depth of that wound?
The depth of that wound was 1 5/8 inches.
Okay,
I
what
will,
would be
Gwen. We're
next?
gonna hopefully
The
we don't need
next
Brian.
wounds all were on the
Samantha.
left
Hopefully
side of the
he's gonna
head,
get
and these can be seen in
dismissed,
photo 6.
and we won't need that. We're
Could you
praying
describe what your findings
like
are
a-
there?
Here we have the top 2 larger wounds are chopping wounds.
That's my hope.
Both injured the skin, the soft tissue underneath the skin, the skull, the dura, which is like tissue that covers the brain, and then the brain itself. That topmost chopping wound, within that wound is silver metal. That's from the decedent's previous brain surgery. The chopping wound fragmented that surgical material. Both resulted in fractures, not only of the bone that was directly underneath the skin, but they resulted in fractures of the base of the skull. The topmost wound injured part of the skull that's near the left of the skull, that's near the ear canal. In between those two chopping wounds are two small cutting wounds. Cutting wounds just injured the superficial soft tissue or the skin. Below that second chopping wound is a small cutting wound on the face right in front of the left ear. Next, there were a total of, I was able to count with certainty 4 cutting wounds to the left ear. They were intersecting, but there were at least 4 cutting wounds to the left ear. And so those were all of the chopping and cutting wounds to the left side of the head.
I have left a laser pointer up there if you find that you want to point something out up here on the screen. As part of your explanation, feel free to do so.
Thank you.
Okay, so where should we move to next?
Next, I described the wounds to the neck, which are in photo 7. One of the wounds can be seen in this photo, and then this is just an extension. These are the cutting wounds of the neck, and then photo 7 shows both of them together, more on the back of the neck. So there were 2 chopping wounds to the left side of the neck, one more toward the front and one more toward the back. Those injured the soft tissue of the neck and then bones of the upper cervical spine. I did not appreciate any injury to the spinal cord itself, and those had a maximum depth of 2 inches.
What would be your next finding?
And then the next part of the body that had sharp force injury was left hand. One of we seen in photo 8. So this is looking at the left hand near the left thumb. Here is a curved chopping wound that created a skin flap that can be reflected upward. This injured the soft tissue of the hand and then a bone of the hand near the left thumb. Photo 9 shows the last chopping wound. This is the left hand again. So this is a chopping wound that injured 3 fingers, the index, the middle, and the ring fingers. The index finger has a pretty superficial wound by the fingernail. The middle finger amputated as a result of the chopping wound, and the ring finger was nearly amputated as a result of the chopping wound. There's just some skin left that's connecting the finger to the hand. Injuries here included soft tissue and then bones of the fingers.
Are there any other findings that you think you need to touch on?
Those were all the sharp force injuries that I found, and then the additional blunt force injuries of the bruise of the left forearm and then some bleeding under the scalp. And those are the only injuries that I documented in my autopsy.
All right, just for looking, I think I glossed over this, but the photo number 1. Could you describe what that is?
So when an individual is declared deceased and is going to be transported to my office for an autopsy, they're placed in a body bag, and that body bag is locked and labeled. So the blue lock there has a number on it that's documented at the scene and then documented in my autopsy report. That's important for maintaining chain of custody. And then the tags in the body bag. A photograph here is taken to show that the body is received exactly as it was placed into the bag at the scene.
And that would be photo number 2, that photograph?
And then photo number 2 shows her exactly as she was received, with personal effects that include a pillow and 2 blankets.
And then photo number 3.
Photo number 3 is what we call an identification photo. Part of my job is also to confirm identity of the deceased individuals on whom I perform autopsies. We will compare them to their driver's license photos, other forms of visual ID, and then use surgical history and so on. So this is an example of an identification photo, which I compared to her driver's license photo. Her driver's license came with her to autopsy.
So once again, your cause of death was?
Death was multiple sharp force injuries.
And specifically, can you identify any of those injuries that you believe were the fatal ones?
Really, you can die of any sort of sharp force injury or injury itself. In terms of the injuries that caused the most damage, especially to vital structures, those were the 2 chop wounds on the side of the head, the skull, the dura, the brain, and caused bleeding around the brain.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes,
Yes.
they finally found him. Literally, like, near his house. So weird. Y'all let me know if I'm too loud because I can't hear myself. With my new Delta Airlines earbuds.
Let me show you what's been. Is that instrument consistent with the injuries that you viewed on Daisy?
Yes, instrument caused those injuries that I documented.
And you can't say for certain as a physician that that is, but you can say it's certainly consistent with, is that right?
Correct.
And if you look at the blade of that instrument, would it certainly be consistent with a blow from that instrument to take off the 2 inside fingers of a hand and injure the one but leave the other intact?
Yes.
The narrowness of the blade?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have anything further. Can I ask one question, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Kind of got ahead of myself.
Go ahead.
If Jennifer Dazey's blood and DNA were found on that instrument, would that increase the likelihood of that being the instrument of her death?
From an autopsy standpoint, it doesn't change anything, but from an investigative standpoint, that would make sense, yes.
Thank you. Now I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Likewise, if that instrument had been in her home for a significant period of time, where she had been living for a significant period of time, we'd get all surprised to find her DNA on it, would
Her DNA, I suppose, no.
Good morning, doctor. I apologize for, I asked the first question and now I'm going to say good morning.
Good morning.
Were you able to develop any timeline regarding the injuries?
No.
And were you able to develop a time of death?
No. For the death certificate, when it was time of death, she was found and pronounced dead.
Okay. So you're not able to actually tell when this occurred, are you?
No.
Under your manner of death, you indicated the manner of death was homicide?
Yes.
Now, specifically, what does that mean to you?
Homicide is a medical determination. So unlike cause, where I have many different options, manner of death, I only have 5, a homicide being one of them. And homicide to me, it means death at the hands of another.
Okay. So that's a medical determination, not a legal conclusion.
Correct.
All right. And there's a distinction between those two things, isn't there?
Yes.
You're not making any statement with regards to guilt or innocence or who did it or any of that.
No, I am not.
What religion is this guy practicing? Because today is not Sabbath. Or I don't know what he's practicing.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
How is he
Mr.
not
Nelson?
in court?
In terms of timelines and time
know
of
who
death,
has
you were
Sabbath
not
on
even
Thursday?
asked to do that, were you?
What
No,
religion
that's
that
not
is?
part of my job. I can document maybe changes that happen after someone dies, but no,
But
that's
it's not
my
witchcraft
report.
or
And
Wiccan.
as far as state guilt or who did it, you weren't asked to determine that either, were you?
No, that's not part of my job.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Right. So that's what I thought. But like, what is his what is his thing? What is he calling Sabbath? I don't understand why he's not there. I don't know a religion that says Thursday. Now I have to look this up. This is driving me nuts.
Another for the state.
We would call Stacy Schmeiser.
Okay.
And I think this is Zoom.
Ugh, I hate Zooms. Seventh-day Adventist. That's right. House of Yahweh.
Let's do this. Let's give the jury about 5 minutes while we set this up and make sure that we can connect with the next witness. Folks, we're going to give you a real short break. Remember the admonition, 5 or 10 minutes, report back to the jury room.
Okay, so Seventh-day Adventist, House of Yahweh, located in Clyde, Texas. That's pretty specific. I mean, and La Iglesia de Dios Incorporada, a Pentecostal church in Puerto Rico. That's pretty specific. So just FYI, Seventh-day Adventist Church are mostly Black churches. So what is he talking about? That he is practicing Sabbath. I don't understand. And Judaism, their Shabbat is on Friday. Yeah, because it's Shabbat, right? It's Friday. So this doesn't make any sense. This guy's making everybody an idiot. I mean, I know Christians practice it on Sunday, but a lot of people, like as I was growing up, a lot of times people would always tell me that it was technically not Sunday. Yeah. So that's what I was told, but I don't know. I was Southern Baptist, so we were like, my parents weren't really religious. They didn't go to church, but I went to church. And they're blaming his sister. I don't know, man. Those kids are crazy. I mean, those are some weird kids. That's all I can say. I saw her TikTok video. She's really pulling for her brother. I mean, obviously he has something wrong with him. But, I think if we recall, if you want to look back in the day, right? Now, I'm not saying it was right or wrong, But I do believe that there was a time that this country tried mental hospitals. They didn't do it right. But we did try mental hospitals and mental institutions. We had them everywhere. And we put all kinds of people in them. And a lot of times we put people that shouldn't have been in them. But, now we have more prisons than mental health facilities. The problem is that mental health facilities cost like a fortune. It's like old people homes, like my poor old people are paying $5,000-$6,000 a month to live in independent living. And the same is with these mental facilities or places to get help. You have to pay so much money. It's not for everyone. It's only for people who have money, which is a dang shame. All of it is a shame. But if you go to a free facility, you get what you pay for, and you're not getting the best care. And it's amazing the sickness that comes out of people. Like, it's gross. I can't believe how many disgusting people there are in that industry that treat other humans the way they treat them. He does need real help. He killed a puppy. Well, I can't get past the dog. I'm sorry. That's just the most god-awful thing. He reminds me of Taylor Shabusiness. Shabusiness. Yeah, I don't know. Gwen, I don't know if you heard me, but you brought your weather down here. It took me forever to get on the internet. My dogs were freaking out. The thundering and the lightning. And then the heavy rain. Yeah, KL, it is so, so sad. Like, I worked with mentally, I worked with autistic and mentally disabled children, but they were also violent. Some of them were very violent. And they had to wear helmets and arm casts and things because they would bite. I have been beaten by these kids. They are majorly strong, but they don't know, like their brains don't work the same way. But their parents would put these in this facility, and really it was just a bunch of college kids. We were just college kids. I wasn't a kid, I was an adult, but most of them were just college kids working in these homes with these kids that had mental issues, as well as a lot of them were violent and didn't know how to express themselves. So they lived in homes. We had houses all over the area, and they were basically living in houses on their own because they were high functioning. And they would go to school. We took them to school, we took them to the mall, we took them to the stores, we did that stuff like that. But we had some that were very, very violent, and they would bite themselves. Like, we had people that would bite themselves all the way down to their arms and bite you if they could. I had one guy that hit me in the chest as I was walking down the hallway. His worker thought she had him okay, and she was like, "Okay, you can pass." And I went to pass, and he literally punched me so hard in the chest, knocked the wind right out of me. It scared crap out of me. Yeah, because they just don't know what to do. And they have the same human desires that we all have. So, like, I worked in a boys' home, and yeah, that was weird. And then you have to help them, like, do stuff, like shower and that kind of stuff. And these are grown guys. So we had to make their breakfast, get their lunch, sit with them, have activities for them to do. So it's wild. But you have to be nice. You can't be like ugly, because their mentality is not up there with you. But I used to have one kid that used to sit at the kitchen table with me, and every morning he'd look at me and he'd just stare at me. And I was the only female in the workers group. And he would stare at me and he'd go, "I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you." And he'd just do that to me all the time. And then one day the guys left me alone in the living room with him. And he came across that living room, knocked everything out of the way, lamps, pictures, furniture. He came across that room. The guys couldn't get in the living room fast enough. It was wild. Needless to say, I did not last there very long because those kids are strong. And you weren't allowed to when we got trained for that job, we were trained on how to defend ourselves and how to restrain. Some parents would allow us to restrain their kids because they were insanely strong and violent. And some parents would not allow you to restrain them. So you just got the crap beat out of you. And then we had some parents that just dropped their kids off there and never came back. Never came back. And we had some caretakers so awful. I knew some of those kids because we had kids there that came from very rich, well-off families, and they had their own house. Like they would rent out the entire house just for their kid and would buy them the fanciest furniture, the nicest clothes, the nicest everything, name brand, everything. You know, those dang kids, those college kids would steal their stuff. Things would go missing. We'd have to do a count, like a check of all their belongings to figure out who was stealing stuff. Oh man, I can't imagine. Yeah, I worked with up to 21-year-olds. When they were 21, they had to move on. So we tried to make them as independent as possible, but the ones that just absolutely could not, like they eventually had to find another facility. But oh gosh. I couldn't imagine. We were 24 hours a day. So we rotated out shifts and there was always 4 to 6 of us working at a time. Yeah. There was always somebody with them. I mean, there was the plethora of college kids because it was right by the campus. So they always had employees, but that was the first thing they taught us was to defend ourselves and to restrain. That was weird to be one of the first things you're taught. Yes. Oh no. I don't know. Yeah, KL, man, it's tough. It's tough. Especially with kids, man, because I just couldn't believe how many parents dropped their kids off there and never came back. Like they just they couldn't accept that their kid was like that. It's really sad. Well, that's what's crazy is a lot of these kids have all of those things. And then we had some high functioning ones. But the parents just didn't want to deal with it. Then when you put people around other people like that, they end up worse. You know what I mean? Because like I'm working at an independent living center, right? And there's a lot of people there that should not be there. They should be in assisted living. A lot of those people are very, very far into dementia or Alzheimer's or something like that. And when they hang out with other people that are also kind of going downhill, maybe they wouldn't go downhill so fast though if they weren't hanging around somebody else that was going downhill super fast. So when they hang out in groups, I've noticed that they tend to go down faster when they hang around with somebody else like that. And it's very, very scary. And I've watched, hey, Daddy's the Champ, welcome back. We are watching the Witchcraft Hatchet murder trial where the son killed his mom and her puppy with a hatchet. He is not in court today, though, because he says it's the Sabbath, which is really weird because the only religions who practice Thursday as the Sabbath are Seventh-day Adventist And those are mostly Black churches. And there's a Puerto Rican church in Puerto Rico that practices that. And that is very specific. So, yeah. But he's not there today. He's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Apparently, he says his mom was practicing witchcraft on him. Therefore, he had to kill her with a hatchet. And oddly enough, in the head and face. Kind of similar to another case that we're waiting on a verdict for. I have asked if we could start a GoFundMe for Michael. I am still waiting to hear back if we can do that because I want to start raising money for him. Yeah, I hadn't heard of this case until LaDonna told me about it, and I don't know anything about this case other than that. And I watched the first day yesterday, recapped it, and now this is day 2. So, yeah, Brandy, I couldn't do that because I'm telling you, man, the stuff I've seen where I worked, and I'm sure KL and Gwen have stories too. Y'all, it's not.
Testimony you give in this
It's
matter
scary.
will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Stacy Schmeiser, STACI SCHMEISER.
And I'm still looking out for the verdict,
Mr.
with
Nelson, go
Samantha, or
right
if
ahead.
it's going to be deadlock
Your
or
Honor.
whatever.
Ms.
And if any
Schmeisel,
of you
what
are in
is your
Detroit,
current
please make sure you're
occupation?
looking out.
I am a criminalist with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigations.
How long have you been there?
I've been here approximately 25 years.
All right. We have here an Exhibit 30, which is your CV. I can't obviously show that to you because we're Zooming, but you know your CV, I trust.
Yes.
Is that a complete and accurate representation of your qualifications and educational and work history?
Yes, it is.
I would move to admit Exhibit 30, Your Honor, by agreement.
Okay, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
30 is admitted.
As part of your functions, job functions, did you receive a blood specimen from the Dubuque Police Department on or about January 30th of this year?
Yes, it was received into the laboratory on January 31st.
Okay. From whom was that specimen taken?
The name on the specimen was Tyler Dazey.
Was there an initial, well, let me go back. What exactly screening? What is your function?
In this case, I confirmed the drugs present in the urine, or I'm sorry, in the blood.
So that is part of your
Hey,
job. You
LaDonna.
test the blood. And what are you testing for?
We test for controlled substances in the blood.
Okay. Was there an initial screening done on that specimen before you received it?
Yes, there was.
What's the purpose of the initial screening?
The initial screening is done in the laboratory to give an idea of what additional testing it may require.
Would it be safe to say that if you had an initial screening, came up with nothing, that there would be no further testing?
Yes,
And if you come up positive on certain things on the initial screening, then it comes up to you for confirmation screening?
that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, KL.
Is there anything else in terms of a description of confirmation screening? In terms of what you do?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, I'm just saying, what exactly is confirmation screening?
Okay.
A confirmation screening, we use that initial screening test results to know what type of confirmation to run, and then we confirm any drugs that showed up in the initial screening.
Maybe she'll take their.
And you did in fact do the testing and screening, the confirmation screening?
Yes, I did the confirmation screening.
Okay,
Y'all, as soon as we hear
prepare a
something from
report indicating what your findings
Michael's
are?
trial, we're switching.
Yes,
just so
I
you
did.
know.
And that would be Exhibit 31, Your Honor. I'd move to admit that.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
31 is admitted.
Could you explain to the jury here what your findings were?
Yes, I have my report that I'd like to refer to so I don't misstate any of the numbers.
You may.
I found the presence of 11 nor 9-carboxy delta 8 tetrahydrocannabinol greater than 250, which was our highest calibrator. I found the presence of delta 8 tetrahydrocannabinol at 14 nanograms per milliliter. I found the presence of 11
Yeah.
more 9-carboxy delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol, concentration of 9 nanograms per mil. I confirmed delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol at 5 nanograms per mil and confirmed the presence of delta 10 tetrahydrocannabinol and hexahydrocannabinol.
Delta 10.
Are those all isomers of THC or variants of THC?
Yep,
They're isomers
they are.
of THC and metabolites of THC.
So in layman's terms, basically you're saying that this person consumed THC of various sources or from various sources.
Yes.
The numbers that you found, do they indicate heavy use, light use, or can you tell that at all?
It really varies in these type of levels in a naive user.
Yeah, duh.
Could
It doesn't make
indicate
you hatchet someone.
recent
And
use,
it certainly doesn't
but
make you
in
hatchet
a
a puppy.
chronic user, these numbers
Makes you play guitar with your puppy.
can hang around for several days.
Could you explain the variations in these isomers of THC? What exactly are they?
Well, there were 3 types of THC, the delta 8, delta 9, and delta 10. Delta 9 is the one that's been around the longest that I think most of us are referring to when we say THC. There's a ring structure in the compound, and they've just shifted that double bond in that ring structure. So shifting it one
Or
way
it could
makes
make
it
you
delta
float
10,
out of your body.
shifting it the other way makes it delta 8.
Makes it feel like you're
Who
not-
would be doing
feel
the
really
shifting?
heavy. Makes me
It
feel
does
really
occur
heavy.
naturally in the plant, but in very small quantities, so it is
Like I
more
weigh
than
so much I
likely
can't
made
get
in a
up.
laboratory somewhere.
What would be the purpose in making those changes?
Much less pick up a hatchet.
I think originally they started changing the compound to try and circumvent some of the laws. Some of the compounds have become popular because they give a slightly different effect in the high.
Yes, they do.
Would it be fair to say that some of those variants were lab created for the gummies and those sorts of things that are now being marketed?
Yes.
Did you also test for opiates, fentanyl, amphetamine, barbiturates, and other harder drugs?
That was tested for in the screening test.
And what was the results of that?
Those were negative.
So it'd be safe to say that Mr. Dazey did not consume any of those other drugs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
Talking about gummies, edibles.
How you doing
hot,
today?
Kirsten?
Good.
Good. So, what is the differences as far as, I know you said that there can be a difference of highs, but as far as if you
Look,
mix
drugs
those,
are bad,
is
okay?
there any different effect if you're mixing the different kinds
We
of
do not condone drugs here.
Delta 8, Delta
Bad.
9, Delta 10?
I don't know what those are.
They all have
Never
very
heard of it.
similar effects, so it would be more of an additive effect.
Yes. He had
Is
all
there any
those in his
dangers
system.
in mixing those?
No.
There are dangers per se of mixing those. There could be dangers in the amount that you
Okay.
would consume.
And if you know, what would those dangers be?
Eating a lot of
Someone-
chips.
It can certainly overdose on marijuana. It isn't as dangerous dangerous as some of the other drugs, but they may have negative reaction.
Do you know what kind of negative reactions?
Just
Sleeping.
decreased mobility,
Yeah.
uh,
Feeling
decreased
heavy.
attention to detail, changes in thoughts, mood, fear.
Is sometimes paranoia a side effect?
Paranoia, anxiousness can be a side effect, yes.
And when they say tetrahydrocannabinol, what does that mean?
That's the compound that we're referring to as THC. It's the active component of marijuana.
And is there a difference between a blood test and a urine test?
Yes, there is.
And what is that difference?
Blood test shows what is currently in the blood. It typically has a little tighter time frame window. Urine test shows what's already been metabolized and excreted from the body.
And metabolite, what does that mean?
That's what the body breaks the compounds down in order to excrete them from the body. So we would call that a metabolite.
Yeah, it's like the worst thing, man. I woke up
Are
today
you
to an
looking for
empty coffee
metabolites
cup
in the blood,
and
or are you looking
paper
for
towel
something
in it,
different?
and I woke up to an empty bag
We look for
of
both metabolites and
birthday
parent
cake flavored rice
compounds.
cakes.
No further questions.
Mr. Nelson, anything else for this witness?
Yes,
Look,
you
they're
didn't
only like
find any
9 calories for
dangerous
26
levels in the
servings.
specimen that you
I
tested,
think I
did
ate all
you?
26 servings.
No, I did not.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nothing further.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, who's the next witness going to be?
Joe Moret.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Schmeiser.
Thank you, Ms. Schmeiser. You did a great job. I don't know how he had the energy to pick up the hatchet. Oh, another one. Hello, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please raise your right hand for me?
I never did it when it was illegal.
Do you swear
That was
or
good.
affirm that the testimony you give in this
Hi,
matter will be the
Hiroshima.
truth, the
No,
whole
there
truth,
is
and
not
nothing
a
but the
verdict
truth?
yet on Samantha Woll.
It is.
Can you
But
state your
the
name
jury
and
is
spell
still
it for the record,
deadlocked.
please?
And I am
My
waiting
name is
for
Joseph Daniel Moret,
confirmation from someone.
JOSEPH DANIELMORETT.
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. What is your current occupation?
I am a criminalist at the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation Criminalistics Laboratory.
How long have you been employed there?
A little
It's
over
looking
4
like they're not
years.
going to have a
Did you have
verdict.
any work
It's gonna
experience
be a
prior to that?
mistrial.
I ran the biolab at a company called Ajinomoto North America in Eddyville, Iowa.
You provided a statement of qualifications. Is that an accurate representation of your educational and work history as well as your qualifications?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit 32, which is the statement of
We're watching
qualifications.
the
No, Your Honor.
32
Witchcraft.
is admitted.
While we're
Hatchet
at it, I would
trial.
ask to admit his report, Exhibit 33.
what's
Any
up to the
objection?
prosecution.
No, Your Honor.
33 is also admitted.
Could
That
you
all depends,
briefly
Kirsten.
explain what it is that you do
The
as part of your job
prosecution,
function?
The defense will, of course, ask for bail.
I work in the toxicology section of the lab, and in the toxicology section, we test blood and urine.
Sorry, Hiroshima. There's no verdict yet in the Samantha Woll trial. They are still deadlocked. There will probably be a mistrial call today. For your question, Kirsten, if there is a mistrial, would Michael go home? That is up to the judge. The prosecution will probably ask for a no bond until they can retry the case. The defense will ask for a bond because obviously the prosecution didn't have enough to get the guilty verdict that they wanted. It just depends on what the judge decides. The judge could decide on a very high bond, because it is a first-degree murder charge that Michael could never afford to pay. So he would end up staying in jail anyway, which is why I'm hoping to start a GoFundMe and get some money raised to get him out. Or if they dismiss it and decide not to retry it, raise some money for him to start a new life. That's my plan. So I'm waiting on permission to start a GoFundMe for him. And I'm waiting to hear what's going on in the courtroom, because we're very behind Detroit and them posting anything on the internet. So I'm just waiting to hear back from someone who's got their ears to the ground. So where are you from, Hiroshima? I don't want to assume because your name is Hiroshima. And welcome to the channel. Please like, subscribe. Portugal, I love that. Nice. I love this. I have people from all over the world. This is awesome. Not Japan. That's why I asked. I didn't want to assume. Nice. This is so cool. We got people from everywhere. Germany, South Africa, Portugal, and the US. These dang Americans. Yeah, we got people from everywhere. This is awesome. So great.
For the presence of drugs and alcohol.
So on January 30th or 31st of this year, did you receive a urine specimen from the Dubuque Police Department?
There was a urine specimen received by the evidence room, yes.
Okay. Do you know from whom that specimen was collected?
The sample was labeled Tyler James Dazey.
Did you test or analyze that specimen?
I did.
Was there a preliminary screening done before you got the specimen?
Yes, there was.
What was the purpose of that preliminary screen?
The preliminary screen tests for classes or categories. If there is any of those tests, fresh level of a positive screen, we send it on for confirmation testing, which is a separate type. There we will look and confirm.
Okay, now I gotta hear this, Hiroshima. What makes our justice system? So I feel what is your opinion of our justice system? Because I'm very interested. I see other justice systems around the world, and I just think it's so odd. So what about ours is bad? Aside from the fact that we say you're innocent until proven guilty, but we throw people in jail until they're proven guilty, which is kind of an oxymoron. So how do you do it in Portugal? Would you trust your life in 12 people's hands? Asking for a friend. Is yours by judge? Panel of judges? How does it work there? I'm curious. Now I want to talk. As well as watch this trial, but I'm interested. Our judges have power. They do, but it is also based on the law. They have to go by the law. It looks like our judges are biased. I can see where that. Yes, our judges are supposed to follow the law, but it looks like they don't. It looks like they follow their discretion, I guess you could say. Because I see that a lot in our chats where people are like, this judge is biased, this judge is for the prosecution, this judge is for the defense. The judge does have to follow law, but they are human. So it is their interpretation of the law. It's kind of like the Bible, you guys. You know, how many different interpretations of the Bible are there? So you could look at the law the same way. So the judge does have power, and they take the law and they can interpret it how they like in their courtroom, and they can use the law to their advantage for the case that they're presiding over. So yes, I guess you could say our judges do have power. I mean, geez, look at our Supreme Court. You know, we have 9 Supreme Court justices, and none of them interpret the law the same way. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my God, the YSL trial has been going on for freaking 10 years, and now they're recusing the judge. It is insanity. So, yeah, Hiroshima, you're right. It's written out in black and white, but it all depends on how that human being interprets it at the time that they are reading it. So, I mean, think about why we have so many different religions, because it's how people have interpreted what the Bible says. I mean, you know, it's weird. It's very, very weird. Why are you laughing, LaDonna? Yeah, you know what's crazy is our judges here, they say like we're not going to have cameras. Like the judge said that in the Koberger trial, right? But they got pressured, and now they're going to have cameras. The judge for the Lori Vallow Daybell trial said they were not going to have cameras, and they decided they would allow sound, but not actual video. So they compromised. So yeah, our judges are easily swayed, I guess you could say. Oh my gosh. That young thug case, that thing is just a RICO trial. Are they actually getting him for murder? Or they're just wrapping the murder into the RICO? That case is a joke. I mean, Lil Woody is funny. That guy's funny as heck. He's going to be famous. He's already famous. Oh my gosh. Is it that serious? Like, do they not have enough? Yes, it is unequal. Honestly, so like why we are so upset about this case with Michael is because obviously the judge and the prosecution had their choice to bring this to trial, and they had a man who confessed to the crime, and they didn't put near as much effort into finding out for sure if he was clear, but they put all this effort into this timeline to match Michael into this timeline. I mean, you had hundreds of people downtown Detroit using those cell towers, the same cell towers, and they narrowed it down to fit a timeline, to fit Michael into it, but they never tried to fit Jeff anywhere. They never tried to even get Jeff, as far as I know, to take a lie detector test, which is something that I mean, my gosh, you guys, we're on a crime trial channel. Every single one of you have seen on Dateline 2020, 48 hours, every single one of you, anyone who has ever confessed to a crime, 9 times out of 10, the police department has asked them, hey, let's take a lie detector test. So you don't create a video and a timeline to match your narrative unless that's what you're doing. Is you can't do that. We learned in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial that the judge would not allow, and I know a lot of people said that judge was on the defense side, that he was very biased, but the prosecution tried to put in a video that was blown up and very pixelated, and it was altered. You can't put in, to me, altered video. It's altered video. It's Frankenstein pieced together. That's not accurate because that's not original. Oh, you saw Brian. You see him now? Court TV just started talking about this trial. And they just started showing snippets of it. I've been tagging them in every single one of my videos. And I've been like posting on their page. Where have you been? Yeah. Yeah, I've been posting on their page like, where are you? Why aren't you watching this trial? What are you doing? Yeah, they came in last week and started posting some reels and some bits and pieces of the trial. Yeah, mine did too. But whatever. Now they're posting about it. But I don't like the way they're posting about it because they're making it seem like Michael's guilty. And I did not appreciate that. So just FYI. They didn't start posting stuff on Court TV until Michael took the stand. And when they did that, they put it in a light that Michael was guilty. And I didn't like that. So. Okay, hold on a second. Waiting, getting news. 1 second, you guys. I'll let you listen to this while I'm getting this news.
A specific drug from that class.
Did you in fact do the confirmation testing on this specimen?
I did.
Did you also do a report on your findings?
I did.
And we have labeled that Exhibit 33. Could you explain to the jury what your findings were?
I found two drugs in the urine specimen. They are Lenor 9-carboxy delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol and 11-nor 9-carboxy delta 8 tetrahydrocannabinol. And these are simply breakdown products of THC that someone had consumed.
And we had a little discussion previously about different versions of THC. Could you just briefly tell me what you know about that between like the delta 9, delta 8s?
So the structure of the drug overall is very similar. The only difference between the two is the positioning of a double bond on the molecule. Everything else on the drug is exactly the same shape. And since they're related, they have similar effects on a human body.
Did you also test for opiates, fentanyl, barbiturates, amphetamines, and other substances?
The screen testing did. I did not test for any of those.
So if the screen testing came back negative on those, there would be essentially nothing above the threshold on those substances. Is that correct?
Correct.
So would the bottom line conclusion be that Mr. Dazey ingested certain forms of THC, but no other hard drugs?
At a level that would create a positive screen, correct.
Okay. What would be the difference between what you did and what Mr. Claybud did? Both of you tested urine.
Mr. Claybud did what we call an for a number of drugs that the initial screen doesn't cover. A lot of these are prescription drugs and less common drugs of abuse. So he looked to analyze for those drugs, and I believe he also did not find any controlled substances.
So we do an initial screen. If there's a positive there, then it goes on to confirmation. And then from there, it may go on to somebody else for additional testing for further substances. Is that accurate?
Okay, sorry. Yes, very bad police investigation on this part. I have, if you watch my series, Hiroshima, if you will like, subscribe, and share to my channel, please. I have a whole series about the Samantha Woll case because I really want to solve it. I want to find out who actually killed her. And same with Koberger. I really believe that that is a farce. I think that that is they don't have enough evidence. But so you guys, right now, I just want to, while we're all together, I want to pray again for the jury, for Samantha Woll, for Michael. I want to just make sure, because today I think is the day that it's a make it or break it day for Michael. So I just want us to be in unison and make sure that God is watching over and putting his hands on the jury. So let us pray for Michael, for Samantha's family. So dear Lord, please put your hands, be present with the jury, be present with the judge, give the judge the strength to give this jury what they need. And if they are deadlocked, they are deadlocked. Lord, we want to not guilty, but we understand if the jury cannot come up with a verdict. We understand if the jury is just not able to make that decision. There's a man's life in their hands. Michael's life is in their hands. Lord, it is in your hands. We know you are going to put forth the right decision. So Lord, please allow Michael to go home. Please allow him to be with his family. His girlfriend misses him very, very much. Lord, please give the judge the strength to allow Michael to go home. Please give the prosecution the understanding that they don't have the evidence they need to retry this case. Please give the prosecution the ability to dismiss and let this go. Please, Lord, let Samantha Woll's family find peace and understanding that this case still needs to be investigated. We need to find the right person who needs to be put on trial. Lord, please let everyone understand that this case is not over and Samantha needs peace and she needs justice. Lord, please be there in the courtroom today. Put your loving arms around everyone there. They need you today now more than ever. We are praying in your precious name. Amen. Okay, so today, you guys, I really hope that Michael is going to go home. So that is my biggest thing. I sent him a hygiene package. It totally exists, Hiroshima. I sent him a package, hygiene package, and it went to a different facility. So I don't know if they've moved him or what. It's really weird because it's always been going to Wayne County, but this time my charge went to a different facility it went to Macomb County, which is like 20 something miles away. So I don't understand why it went there. So I'm pretty confused about that. But I am trying to keep up with other cases and trials, you guys, but I'm so wrapped up in getting Michael free that I just can't. And I'm also really upset, you guys. I don't know if this bothers you, but Scott Peterson has a freaking Innocence Project on his case. Are you freaking kidding me? And no one is paying attention to Michael's case. It really, really, really bothers me. I mean, it really, really bothers me. So I'm just frustrated that not more people are talking about this. And yes, Gwen, I have seen other channels talking about this trial, but it's not as big. I don't think it's getting it still. They're just getting like little bits of attention, kind of like my channel. So it's just not a lot. And I've reached out to other channels to try to collaborate and just hope that maybe we could like come together. So but I don't know. Thanks, Gwen, for the weather. Just saying. Yes, it is getting out there. And yeah, when you first started nagging me about it, I know. I didn't know until I saw it. And I was like, oh my God, that was a big deal. And then that's what's been bothering me so much, is that it was such a big deal. And then everyone just went, radio silent on it. I have reached out to politicians. I've been like, look, I've reached out to actually specifically Republican politicians, because this is a Democrat city and it's not falling in line with their narrative right now, because it's an election year. And of course, here it is, a Black guy on trial for killing a white woman. Oh my gosh, they can't have this out there right now, right? So this is perfect for, let's help someone. Let's help a person who is in trouble. And this is wrong. This is all the way around wrong. You have a Black guy on trial for killing a white woman. He did not kill her. This is a Jew on Jew crime. I don't care. I don't care what. I'll say it. I'm saying it out loud. It's a Jew on Jew crime, and the Jewish community is covering this stuff up because they're trying to keep their donations and their money and all their stuff going on in downtown Detroit and keeping Detroit white and Jewish. Just saying. Just saying. Just putting that out there. Did I say that out loud? I did. I said that out loud. Sorry, y'all. But I did. I know what they're doing up there in Detroit, and I ain't even from there. Sorry, y'all. Here we go.
It depends on the
Get back to
case.
this.
Some cases do qualify for further testing.
It is
some don't.
racist.
All right.
Normally, I
Thank
don't
you
play
very
the
much.
first card, but
I don't have any further questions.
playing it today.
Cross-examination.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. When you do the test of the urine, what's the timeline? How far back can your, test read?
Our test will only determine what quantity of drugs were in the urine at the time it was collected.
Oh, I'm Tracy. My sister's Lindsay.
So whatever time the urine was collected is the moment and space that we're
Madonna.
analyzing.
Okay. Is there
But that's
any
fine.
degrading of the metabolites the longer that the sample is held?
It's possible that things can degrade slowly. We keep our samples refrigerated to help minimize that loss.
And do you know how, is there a time range from when the person ingested it to where it would unlikely show on the test anymore?
That very much depends on the manner in which they ingest it. If they are an infrequent user, a urine test would probably show for anywhere from 1 to 3 days. If they're a frequent user, they can test positive for weeks afterwards, even if they're not continuously using.
No further questions.
Mr. Nelson?
Nothing further.
And who's our next witness, Mr. Nelson?
That would be Heidi Rogowski.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Lord. She gonna sit down in the Zoom? We zooming everybody? Yep. Zooming them all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
So help me
State your
God.
name and spell it for the
I hate
record,
that they've
please.
taken that out of court.
Heidi,
Just FYI, sorry, I can't say that.
H-E-I-D-I, Rogowski, R-O-G-O-W-S-K-I.
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, what is your occupation?
I currently work as a criminalist for the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation at their criminalistics laboratory in Ankeny, Iowa.
How long have you been employed there?
I started with them in March of 2022, so just under 2.5 years.
You have sent a statement of qualifications along, and I ask, is that an accurate representation of your education, trained qualifications, and work history?
Can you tell me the date on that document?
revised June 27th of 2024.
Yes, that will be the most recent copy.
And that would be Exhibit 39. Your Honor, I'd move to admit that.
Any objection?
No objection.
39 is admitted.
You hold a master's degree in forensic science, is
She's got a
that
master's?
correct?
She's holding up for a master's?
Yes, I do.
They're having to Zoom some witnesses in for whatever reason. I don't know why. Also, the defendant is not there today. Apparently, he's practicing Sabbath. I think we discussed that. Again, Seventh-day Adventists are the only ones, and they're very specific Seventh-day Adventists that study Sabbath on Thursday. And as we know, Seventh-day Adventists are mostly Black churches. So one of them specifically is House of Yahweh in Clyde, Texas. So that's very, very specific. So I don't know who he's following, but he is not in court. They're Zooming in several witnesses. I don't know why, but and Hiroshima, Samantha's trial is very strange because the prosecutor, basically this trial went on so long, I do believe, because they did not have a case. They were not prepared. So they just put up a bunch of fluff and a bunch of garbly garb to tire the jury out. I do know that at the beginning, the jury was very attentive. They were asking questions. And then towards the end there, they got bored. They were worn down, I was told. The jury was a very good mix. And then, of course, now there are 9 men and 3 women. So it's not as good mixed as it was before. And now they are deadlocked. And also the prosecution giving him immunity on the stand, Jeff, I mean, but it does not give him immunity forever. Because if new evidence comes out, they can still prosecute him. So they still think Jeff is a person of interest, but they were trying to make him seem like he wasn't. The trial for Samantha, their strategy was basically to bring up a lot of witnesses that were like, it's not my job, it's his job. And then that person would come up and go, oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't my job, it was his job. So it was a lot of passing the buck, and it was confusion, a lot of confusion for the jury. Also, the defense did this on purpose. They rushed the trial. They wanted a speedy trial because they knew that the prosecution would not be able to put on the best case that they could. So they rushed the trial. It was part of their strategy. So if you could hear in the telephone conversations, you heard Brian and Michael talking about, why can't we go to trial now? Blah, 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 because they wanted to go quickly as possible because they knew the prosecution wasn't prepared. Kind of like O.J. Simpson. If you look at the O.J. trial, the prosecution, that trial went on for like a year, but the prosecution was not prepared. That's why they didn't win. She won't do a mistrial because she doesn't want to try this case again. She doesn't want to go through this crap again. That's why. So I thought, of course, I was like, oh my gosh, why are you going to trial so fast? But now it's strategy. It's strategy because the prosecution didn't have any evidence. They didn't have enough. They couldn't piece it together fast enough. They couldn't make it make sense. So they thought by bringing up all these witnesses, making Michael look like a criminal, making him look bad, as bad as they could, that would make the jury just hate him. But you can't even make the jury dislike him. No one dislikes the guy. No one dislikes him. And they couldn't even make anyone love Samantha enough. They didn't even bring anyone up there to make Samantha look so wonderful. My God, her gay best friend threw her under the bus and ran her over and back over again and threw 12 other dudes under the bus. So Samantha looked like, basically she looked like a hoe. So that was not helpful. She can dismiss it. The defense can file for a dismissal of charges. She will deny it. Yeah, I mean, Samantha looked like a very busy bee. So it did not help. A lot of these things that came out, her family didn't know. Some of her friends had no idea. Like, they didn't know about all this stuff in her life. So this was very shocking to come out. So this is not stuff that people were aware of. They were not aware of her busy bee life, on that part of it. So as far as Michael's concerned, you're just, I'm hoping that the jury could see. I mean, she was living her best life, LaDonna. Dang. I mean, she's single. She's a feminist. I mean, so she could get any Jew boy she wanted. Now we see her tasting Jew boys, but I'm just saying the pickings were slim. Okay. I've said that many times. The pickings were slim. Okay. So if you got slim pickings, you just take what you can get. I mean, but that don't mean you got to take whatever you can get. I mean, but I am not here to judge. Just saying. But that's what she was doing. Okay. But anyway, yes. So I'm still waiting to hear back. They just got into court. I know they asked for a transcript the other day. She was KL. She was dating. She had a lot on her plate. She had a lot, which makes me wonder. But also, like I've said in several of my videos, man, we are just stirring up all kinds of conversation today. Let's go. But like I've said in some of my videos, she was in a very powerful position, and even though she was, seeing a lot of men, women, we just are naturally jealous of other women. It's just a thing. I don't care what anybody says. You can sit there and go, oh no, we support other women. We lift each other up. No, chick, we don't. No, we don't. No, we do not. We find the first thing we hate about that chick, and we're like, we don't like you. So if you put more than two chicks under the same roof working together, you are going to have some sparks go off. Things are going to happen. Things are popping, period. So you can't have all of these women working under the same roof, which is what their goal was in the synagogue. All women. And you have Samantha in this powerful position who's making all this money, getting all these donations. She's working with all these politicians. You just can't have it. I mean, look at the squad. Look how fast they've been turning on each other. You can only be fake to your face for so long. Yeah. I mean, Patrick may as well be a chick. But there's jealousy. That's a jealousy killing. It could have been one of the men, or it could have been a jealous female who was like, she has all this and I don't have any of it, or I want this that she has. I mean, if you think about it, it was a brutal fight, but it could have been a female. Right, LaDonna? I mean, I'm not lying. I mean, the knife wounds were not that deep. So it could have been a chick. I'm just saying. If you got something I want, I mean, I don't want it that bad, but there's some women out there. And like I said in my video yesterday, people go for your face. If you mess up my face, I will come back and get you in the afterlife. Don't mess up my face. That's my face. Because I work too hard. I put too much money in this face. I mean, granted, okay, y'all are not getting the best face when you see me every day, but trust me, this skincare, this Botox, this all of the stuff that I do to this face, this don't mess up this face, because I will. Y'all, it's all about dying pretty, leaving a pretty corpse. That's the thing. women don't want our face messed up. Don't mess with the face. So, and people know that. No. So no. Okay, so Kale, great thing that you pointed out. Let me tell you what I learned. So, I learned that Jewish is a race. It is not a religion. So apparently there is a such thing. This is what shocked my sister when I was telling her. There is a such thing as atheist Jews. There's a such thing as whatever Jew you want to be. You can be whatever. Jews accept everything. That's why when like people are all like protesting for Palestine and they're like gays for Palestine, all inclusive Palestine. No, they're not. Hey, butterfly, how are you? Palestinians will throw your ass off a roof. I'm sorry. They will chunk your butt. But Jews will not. Jews are all open. They're like all feminists. They're all everything. They're all of that. So, yeah, I did not realize that. So, oh, what the heck, Linda? What? But yes, so KL, there are different kind of Jews, and apparently the Jew today, the female Jew today, is very feminist and very well. I've been talking to a Jewish guy. We've been having weekly chats. He's been in this chat. He has his own channel, and he knows Samantha and Jewish people are a race. Judaism may be a religion, but Jewish is a race. And Jewish people believe in different things. So they can believe in atheism. They can believe in, there's Orthodox Jew, there's traditional Jew, there's non-traditional, there's, there's just so many different types of Jewish people. So it's really strange. Yes, Duvid is the Jew. He's the Jew that, and he always says, God forbid. I love it when he says that. But God forbid that you did. I didn't know. I had no idea. So, come to find out, that's what it is. That they can be whatever they want to be. And also, so Orthodox, right? Orthodox Jews, the very, very strict Jews, don't believe in like women being rabbis and that kind of stuff. But modern Jews, like Samantha, believe that women can be rabbis, which is why this synagogue in Detroit has a female rabbi, and all these women are in charge in the synagogue. Oh my gosh. So yeah, so she was a very feminist person. She was pro-abortion, pro everything, all the things, and apparently pro dating multiple men at the same time. So, that's just how it was. So very, very pro things that you wouldn't find or think that would be, but that's how their people are. They're very, very inclusive, all inclusive people. If you have money, sorry, I left that part out. If you have the money. So the synagogue used to be all welcome, come one, come all. You can come into this synagogue. It's beautiful. We're all one loving, happy family. But now that they have $1 million donors and all of that stuff, they can't have that anymore, even though it is in downtown Detroit. And obviously downtown Detroit is not the cleanest, best, safest place to be. They don't want people who are not Jewish and can't afford to pay the monthly fee to be there. So for instance, they're having that block party next month. It specifically says on their site, all Jews welcome. Detroit, local Detroit Jews welcome. So I'm learning myself. I'm learning so much, LaDonna, because I didn't know. I didn't know that you could be an atheist and a Jew. So apparently Dana Nasser, who Samantha's campaign, Samantha worked on her campaign, got her elected. She's an atheist Jew. I was like, what? How can you be an atheist Jew? That's so weird. I thought if you're a Jew, you're a Jew. But that's because Jew is not a religion. So at the synagogue, you have to pay a fee to go to the synagogue. Who's ever heard of such a thing? That you got to pay to go to church. But you got to pay. And they only want you there if you can pay. So they say they're all inclusive on their website, but they're not all inclusive. They're only all inclusive if you got the money. So if you're homeless and you want to go to the synagogue, you can't go there. They won't let you in. It used to be they let everyone in when they were poor and when they were decrepit and when they were, shut down. Yeah, religion is a crazy thing. I don't think you necessarily have to be a part of a religion. You just have to like I believe in God. So I claim Southern Baptist because that's what I was raised, but I don't think you necessarily have to have a religion. I think once you start getting into that kind of stuff, then you kind of start following something that is not God. Things start getting a little murky. So you have to think for yourself. You can't let other people think for you. But let me double check, make sure nothing has happened. I will say this. I haven't been watching it. My boyfriend's been watching it more than I have. But I think that the RNC is getting a little too yeah, I mean, everybody has different beliefs. Not everyone has to believe in the same thing. It's totally, for me, I would love to see everyone in heaven, but it's up to the individual. I'm not the type of person that's going to be like you. I'm not going to force my stuff on anyone. It's up to you. God speaks to you. God knows what you're going to do. It took me till I turned 50 to realize that God was calling me back. So it really literally is the individual. And God's speaking to you. It's just, you have to hear it. So I don't think that it's my place, much like I don't think it's people who are transgender or fluid or whatever the heck these things are called nowadays to push their agenda on me. So yeah, Brandy, I know you do. My boyfriend's been watching the RNC, and all I'll say about the RNC right now is that I think they're getting a little too crazy on the Trump train. Okay. The man is a man. He's a man. He's not God. Like, get over it. Like, I just want them to stop putting him so high up on a pedestal. Yeah, she was very sweet. Okay. I have been watching it a little bit. Still not on the JD Vance train right now. So, okay, let's get back to this trial. I've rambled enough.
They also have many hours of specialized training on prints.
Yes, I've completed over 500 hours of specialized training through external vendors in the form of specialized coursework and attending professional conferences.
Could you explain to the jury here just what it is that you do?
My job focuses on the examination of items of evidence for the presence of latent prints. So items submitted to our laboratory, I will examine them to try to see or develop latent prints on those items. Those developed impressions can then be preserved through photography or lifting, and then that development is subsequently analyzed and compared to try to attribute those impressions to a particular source.
Can you just tell me what exactly
I feel
is
you,
a
Gwen.
latent print versus a
Not
known
vote for him
print?
either, though.
A latent print is the chance reproduction of the friction skin. So on the palms of our hands and the soles of our feet, we have a specialized type of skin known as friction ridge skin. When this skin comes in contact with the surface of an item, there's the potential that an impression can be left behind. It acts similar to a rubber stamp, and then the sweat and oils located on that skin act as like an ink, leaving behind an impression. A latent print is considered a chance reproduction. It happens naturally when the skin comes in contact with a surface just due to routine touching and handling. A known print is going to be the intentional reproduction of the friction ridge skin. These are captured in controlled conditions where the goal is to record someone's friction ridge skin. These are generally captured through physical means like inks and powders, or we can capture them digitally through a specialized device called a live scan.
What are the basic factors in the use of friction ridge skin as a means of identification?
We can use friction ridge skin as a means for identification due to the nature of friction ridge skin itself. So the features within your friction ridge skin vary significantly within the population. So if enough of those features are present in an impression, we can reliably differentiate one individual's impressions from another. Additionally, the skin is generally stable through adolescence to middle adulthood, and that allows us to verify an individual's identity over time.
Could you briefly describe the methodology or process that you use in making comparisons?
When we develop a latent impression, we go through a process known as ACE-V. ACE-V stands for Analysis, Comparison, Evaluation, and Verification. During the analysis phase, we will assess the developed latent print to see if there are enough of those features present to move it forward to compare. If there is a lack of those features, our examination will halt and we will not proceed further. If there are enough features present, we will move on to comparison. Comparison is a process where we compare side by side the features within the latent print to the features within a known print. We look to see A is the feature present in both impressions. B is the sequence of all of those features in agreement as well. And then C, we look for if their spatial relationships or where they lie within the imprint are also in agreement. As that process moves forward, we transition into evaluation. This is ultimately where we arrive at a conclusion, and those conclusions generally are identification, the latent print, known print originated from the same source. Exclusion, the latent print and the known print originated from different sources. And inconclusive, where due to one reason or another, we're not able to definitively identify or exclude
Just a
the
little,
impression.
Brandy.
The final step is verification. This is when a second trained examiner will repeat the process of analyzing the latent print, doing a comparison, and then arriving at a conclusion. If those conclusions are in agreement with one another, we will report out our findings.
On or about January 30th of this year, did you receive a hatchet from the Dubuque Police Department for testing?
Yes, I did.
Did you analyze or test that hatchet and apply the methodology you have described?
Yes.
Did you prepare a report of your findings?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit Exhibit 40 at this time, which is the report.
Any objection?
No objection.
40 is admitted.
Are your conclusions set forth in your report?
Yes, they are.
What are your findings and conclusions?
Based on my examination of the hatchet, I was able to develop one latent palm print that was suitable for comparison. That developed latent palm print was searched through the Iowa Automated Biometric Identification System. And as a result of that search, it was identified to Tyler Dazey.
Where was that latent palm print located on the hatchet?
That palm print was developed on the handle of the hatchet.
The end, or is it somewhere closer to the head? Whereabout on the?
I would have to see the item. There should be markings indicating where that impression was developed.
What would the markings show?
We indicate develop latent prints with an indicator, so it would be the item number and a letter, and then you'll be looking for a bracket, and that indicates source and orientation.
All right, thank you very much. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
This trial is going to go fast, I think. That one in with the radio host is
What
already done.
substances was the print made from? Was that from oil and or sweat from the skin?
The techniques that I use to develop the latent print would react with the regular components of latent print residue. So that would be sweat, oils, things of that matter.
Okay. We get at was the print wasn't blood, was it?
The techniques that I use do not generally react with blood. So this impression in particular, I would say was not in blood.
Okay. Were you able to determine when the print was left on the hatchet?
No, there's no way currently to date when a latent print was deposited on an item.
Are you able to tell how old a latent print is?
No, because we're not able to date when it was based on an item.
Okay. Latent print last?
Depending on the conditions and how the item is handled, they can last for basically an indefinite period of time.
Ooh, I think so too,
So
LaDonna.
it varies, but
Poor dog.
I wouldn't be able to give you an accurate timeline.
Now, if somebody leaves a latent palm print on an object, and then somebody else comes along and touches that same area and say uses that device, what would you expect to see? What effect would that have on the print?
It depends on several factors. So if the second individual was wearing gloves, only the first impression would be left behind. If the touches overlapped, we could have what would be considered a composite. So you could have multiple impressions sitting on top of one another. And how it was handled potentially has the ability to destroy impressions that were previously there.
Okay. You'd call those smudges, wouldn't you?
Smudges can happen during first contact, second contact, but yes, that would be a smearing of the impression.
Okay. Were portions of this palm print readable and other portions were not readable?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, parts of the print were smudged.
Yes, that is common of most latent prints.
And as I understand it, from what you just said, that could indicate movement at the time that the print was deposited, right?
Yes.
Okay, so quick update. They are about to go to lunch in the Samantha Woll deliberations. They have asked for more transcripts. So we will see. So they are going to lunch. I don't know which transcripts they ask for. Sorry, I'm typing. So I'm trying to find out what transcripts. Yeah, she wanted to see all the states by the time she was 50. She was young. She was only 46, y'all. She had 3 kids. And I can relate to the whole like dog. You know, you have a dog that loves you unconditionally, and you have kids that just like don't. So I can relate to that. I had my Sarah Bear, and my son used to say, "You love Sarah more than me," and I used to cover my Sarah Bear's ears and go, I do not love her more than you. And he'd go, "Why are you covering her ears and whispering?" And I mean, because, you know, my Sarah Bear loved me more than anything. And he was a butthole. So there. Those are kids.
Or it could indicate
Michelle.
that somebody else
He was 28.
used the device
she
or
had kids
touched
young.
the device
So I can imagine there was
after
some
the
friction.
print was deposited.
Yes, I wouldn't be able to determine if it was a result of the initial touch or subsequent handling.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you actually had the hatchet there in your hands, didn't you, when you tested it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So would you agree with me that there's, if somebody owns that hatchet and they own it for a period of time and they have it in their house, I don't know exactly what you do with an SOG hatchet, but I'm assuming it's either a hunting or a wood cutting device or something to that effect. But in any event, it wouldn't be at all surprising to find their palm print on their own hatchet, would it?
No, it wouldn't. If it belongs to a given individual, it would not be surprising to find their prints on that item.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, anything else for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. If this hatchet was scrubbed or washed in a shower, would you expect the latent prints to be destroyed?
Potentially, water and scrubbing has the ability to wash away or destroy latent impressions. Not having kind of more information, I won't definitively if there would be no impressions at all.
Would it be more likely that these impressions were placed on the hatchet after the shower as opposed to before, based on your observations of them?
I wouldn't be able to make that determination.
But potentially the shower would wash away latent prints?
There is the potential, yes.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Blair?
Did you see anything on the hatchet which would indicate that that hatchet was cleaned or showered?
The appearance of the ridges had a beading-like appearance in some areas, which would indicate that the residue was potentially extra wet at the time that the latent print was deposited. So I wouldn't count it out that the hatchet could have been wet at the time the latent print was deposited.
Could that also be from sweat?
Yes.
So if somebody touches it when they're very sweaty, that could produce the same thing.
Yes, it'll give the same appearance whether the item is wet at the time of contact or whether the hands are wet at the time of contact.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, are we all finished with the folks from the Ankeny lab?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You guys can disconnect.
Thank you.
Do we have another witness for the state?
Yes, we have Gage Claybaugh, and that we've done by Zoom. We've recorded it as he is off somewhere today. So we would just play that.
Okay. Do you want to identify for the record, was his testimony taken under oath on a previous date?
Yes, it was an evidentiary deposition.
And is the date identified in the deposition?
I,
If not, why don't you place that in the record about the testimony was given
That would be July 11th, Judge.
of 2024? Okay,
Correct.
okay. Do you have that queued up?
I have it.
Which one is Bianca, Gwen? My brain is already on overload, so I don't know how you're intaking all of these. I tried that, but I can't. I have to focus. I don't know what's happening. They're having issues on their end. Oh, wait, actually, you know what?
What testing did you do?
I did our targeted screen is
Oh,
what it's
that's
called.
right,
And
that's
so
right.
it's a specific testing that we do if a case meets a certain
I
criteria.
have not watched that one yet.
So that criteria would be sex assaults, death investigations, or if it's requested by the officer. And it looks at different prescription drugs.
I don't know if I
and
want to
some
watch it now that you said that.
miscellaneous drugs.
This list that we have that I've marked as Exhibit 35A with a whole lot of different compounds on it, would that be the compounds that you test for?
Yes.
And what were your findings after doing the testing?
My testing was negative. So of the compounds on that list, I did not find any positives.
Was there a positive for marijuana metabolites? Or do you,
Not on this. I did not test that.
is that a separate test from someone that's at the lab?
Correct. It is a separate test.
And then you did a report concerning your findings, is that correct?
Yep.
And Exhibit 35, would that be the report that you did?
I believe so, yes.
And the report essentially says that you found nothing, is that right?
Yes.
It says, your report says no additional controlled substance. What's the significance of the word additional?
Yeah, so at this time we had separate reports. So we do the initial screening and confirmational testing on one report, and then the targeted screen, which is what I did, we would do that on a separate report. So if the other analysts found, had a positive test, then on my report, if I didn't find anything, we'd write no additional controlled substances.
So when you do the testing, there's a minimum threshold, is there not?
Correct, there is.
So there could be an amount in the sample or the specimen that just did not meet the threshold, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So if it be a prescription drug, the fact that you said a negative finding doesn't necessarily mean that a person was not taking the drug, does it?
I got your message part, Gwen, but not the video.
No,
It didn't make any.
so
Your message didn't make any sense.
my
I'm sorry.
negative screen just means that no drugs pass that threshold is what that means. So
someone could have been taking a prescription drug at some level and been below that threshold. Is
Hey,
what I'm
Evil
getting
Queen.
at. Is that right?
potentially, yes.
Yes.
Today is day 2
I
of
don't have any further
the
questions.
Witchcraft
Mr.
Hatchet trial.
Yeah.
And then we're still waiting on a verdict
Just a minute.
for Samantha. Make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell. Oh. I know which one you're talking about, Gwen. Never mind. I already saw that. Yeah. Now I know what you're talking about. I just didn't know her name. I know what you're talking about.
Okay. So,
I did a
Mr.
short-
Claybot, just so I make sure I'm understanding correctly,
She smiled at Gwen.
what you're saying is, as far as the test, did you not retest for any substance that was found positive?
Are they still
Or
looking
it
for
just,
substances
when you
in this guy?
retested it didn't meet the threshold?
Would you mind rephrasing that? Like, do you mean, would you?
Yeah, sure. So if I understand correctly, there was an initial test done, correct?
Correct, yep.
And it showed positive some substances. Is that correct?
Correct.
So did the targeted testing.
Yep.
Did you not test for those substances that had already been found?
Correct. Yes. So the substances that I tested for are all on that list. All of the ones on that list. There might be, I can't exactly remember if there's some similarities with the testing. There might be a couple drugs that are similar. But of the ones that were positive and sent on for this, I don't believe there were any that were the same. It was,
Any what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the end. I don't believe there were any what?
I'm not sure. Do you want me to I can just kind of rephrase. I don't remember exactly what I said.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Yeah, so I was just saying, there might be some, I can't remember exactly if there are any of the same drugs on the confirmation test with the general. There might be a few, and of the ones that were positive on that confirmational test, I don't believe any of those were are on the target screen at all.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. So,
LaDonna, I don't think I think his defense is that
or some bit of a marijuana was on the previous, you wouldn't have necessarily tested it on the targeted test, correct?
Correct.
And looking through that list, the THC is not on that list, correct? Yeah. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you, Lord.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. We are finished for the day.
Thank
All right, thank you.
God.
All right, thank you.
So, Evil Queen, we're watching the trial where this guy killed his mother with a hatchet and then killed her puppy with a hatchet. And he is not in court today because he's claiming it's his Sabbath day. That is
Have
not
another
true.
witness for the state.
We do, however, she will not be here till 11.
Okay.
And as a matter of housekeeping, Your Honor, I'd like to move to admit exhibits 34, 35, and 35A.
Yes, I meant to cover that. There was an agreement by the parties during the deposition.
Okay, so the court is on break. I did a recap of yesterday's Evil Queen. They had trial yesterday, the first day. Apparently, he claimed that his mom was practicing witchcraft, I guess, on him. He's 28. His mom was 46. She was very young. She had 3 kids. And she had a puppy named Echo. Cute, adorable puppy. All I can tell you is I saw pictures of the puppy yesterday, and dude is guilty. I would be a sucky juror because once I saw the puppy, I was done. So, also, when the cops found him in the house, he was buck naked and fully erect. That's disgusting. And the sister, when she found out that her mom was dead, she was laughing in the interview room, and she was more concerned about a charge that she had against dead. It was kind of weird. Very, very weird. That family's weird. Apparently the mom, I don't really know much about the mom at all. According to her mom's best friend, she was just this amazing woman. She had some health issues. Apparently she'd had brain surgery even. But she got the dog. That dog was like everything to her. And apparently the son did not appreciate that, I guess. I don't know. But he could have left the puppy out of it, is all I know. So that was pretty awful. I mean, the baby was only 5 months old. So, give an alternate point of view on this, because let me see if I can find pictures of the family. We are family. Yes, there is an interrogation video actually of the daughter who, let me pause this. Just mute it because there is a video of her interrogation. Tyler Dazey. Yeah, so this is so weird that she acts this way.
She wasn't under arrest or anything at this point, correct?
She was not.
Is no one going to go inside?
So this is the daughter. She shows up at the house, and they're going to take.
I didn't know if they let you.
So this is her full reaction. Like her mom is dead.
Is Puff down there?
This is the mom's house.
And at this point, she has been informed, correct, of her mother's death?
Yes. Is there anybody down at the last center? Are you up here somewhere? No, I just came out to make sure. Hang on a second, Max. Yep. You take him. Okay. You take her down. You take her down and just interview her. Yep. And all that information. He's innocent. Yep.
I don't know how I think her grandma's right down the road.
We'll head up there. Sorry for bouncing your own car.
It's all good. You're just doing your job.
Oh, good. You're just doing your job. My mom's just been slaughtered.
I'm Chad. What's your name?
Hi. Nice to meet you. Bye-bye.
Just so I got it right, Jen's your mother.
Yeah.
So we'll go in here again. I'll just throw your backpack. Can I get it back to you?
You want my pepper spray too? I can do anything with it, but I know how it is, and
Nothing else on it, Tyler. Perfect.
cash in my phone.
It's weird, man.
Good. Let me get some heat going. Are you cold? Not down here? Okay.
Good morning. Alright, that's what you are.
Was there hot sent to my house with this?
Well, I know most of y'all are mamas out there. If your kid acted like this,
I was fighting a domestic case with my mom because she said I slapped her foot.
190. Transporting the adult female to the law center.
And if you recall, was there anything on the drive that was evidentiary value?
There was not. I think we just kind of had small talk on the way down.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you clip 2, and if you can kind of give an idea of.
I'm just going to set this bag outside here. Okay. Is there anything else on you that I should know about? Like just phone and. Perfect. Okay.
I don't think I have anything else.
Sounds good. Can I get you a water pop or anything like?
And where are you now?
This is at the Dubuque Law Enforcement Center in the CID area in an interview room.
Okay. And so far what we've seen as far as on the first clip and this clip, was that kind of the demeanor of Miss Frey throughout the interview?
I guess her demeanor was, she had multiple different kind of emotions in demeanor during my interview with her. But generally for the most part, I would describe her as fairly calm. I mean.
Okay.
If you do have it.
I'll do a bottle of water. How about
Okay.
that? Yep. And then just give me a minute. I'll be back in. Okay. All right. Thanks, Tyler.
so many similarities in this case to like Samantha Woll's. Remember, like when the neighbors called 911, it sounded like they were ordering supper.
Any more, okay? If so,
Yeah, it is a weird reaction, but it's not. You know, honestly, most cops would look at this and go, "This is suspect."
Okay. And there's one last clip that I'm going to play.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's something really weird.
Where were you at work? Yeah. Okay, I told you. I got a phone call from Amanda, and then Gina called me saying to get there. Gina, these people, seriously.
And so, as far as you know, nobody from law enforcement had gotten a hold of Kylie prior to showing up, correct?
As far as I know, that's correct.
Okay.
What?
Stop it, Gwen.
Well, they
LaDonna beat you to it.
I told them to tell me. Oh. But I'll call you once I'm done. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good. Well, I'll put the call to Grandma. Do you need us to get you somewhere, or you just gotta go to Grandma's? I'll let you know. Probably will need to come and get me. What? Probably will need to come and get me. I can't drive my car. My wheel drive needs to be fixed.
That's right. Now I have LaDonna and Gwen to keep me in check.
Never mind. I have a ride.
What?
I have a ride.
You have a ride?
Yeah, just go down there. I'll meet you down.
Okay, go to Grandma's with you then.
All right. Love you.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, we can do that before you. You're welcome. So Again, my name's Jan. I'm a,
Were you there when I called about the guy coming to my house down across Comiskey?
See?
how long ago?
Not that long ago.
I don't think so.
I wish
The
it
last,
was longer.
the last time I was down at Comiskey was probably a couple, 3 weeks ago when there were some juvenile kids that broke out like the bus little hut thing, where like they were throwing some rocks at the glass where the bus comes picks them up,
Oh,
and they had broke that. So that was probably the last time I was down at Comiskey.
I did not. There was a guy at my house that I used to work for, or not work for, one of my customers
Oh,
actually came to my house confessing they were manic, and the guy that slipped my tire before that was.
Oh yeah, sorry, Brandy.
not good.
Thanks,
Yeah.
chat.
Well, could I ask? Sorry, I'm phone here. Would I be able to ask about police report after this is?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, we'll knock this out.
Yeah, she's more concerned
I'll get a little
about her
information from you, and then we can go on that, see what I can help you with,
situation.
Okay. So, let me describe your name here. It's Kylie.
Kylie.
What's your middle name?
Anne
And last name?
Frey, Frey. Go back easy.
Okay, but so the last name is Frey by Daisy. Okay. Yeah, what's your address?
So she's 19.
Plus,
I'm really
upstairs
bad
or
at math,
downstairs?
y'all. She's 18 or
My
19.
brother lives upstairs.
Okay, so that's considered the half then? Okay, and what's the phone number for you, Kylie?
I wonder how old the other kid is.
So yeah, basically I was just asked with trying to get some more information from you about what's going on today. Again, I'm very sorry for your mother's passing. And so from what I gathered, just listening to you, it sounds like grandparents called you and told you about it.
No, I got a call. Well, first I got a call from my grandparents saying my neighbors are Bigfoots. We all have each other's numbers, or old neighbors.
Up on Avoca? Yeah.
The one saw that ambulance was outside. My
Okay.
grandma called to say, hey, there's an ambulance outside. When you get to the house,
To you? Okay.
when you get to the house, I said, at work I can't do much, I don't have a car. Then I texted Gina, which is the one that said she saw the ambulance.
Mhm.
And I said, hey, what's going on? I don't know, there's ambulance, and I would want to say she said Tyler was in cuffs. Pretty sure. And then I got a call from, who was it? I want to say I called Gina back, or she called me. Someone called me, one of them, and they said, you need to hear now. I said, what's going on? And of course, what's going on, then they told me.
And who Gina told you?
I want to say Ron was on the phone, but it was on Gina's phone.
Gotcha. Okay, what time did your grandma call you saying that there's an ambulance at the house together?
Called the first time was at 10.
10 o'clock.
Well, it was 9:50.
Not 15, perfect.
Sorry, I forgot you.
No, that's okay. So, you said when she called you, you answered though, but you were at work?
Well, the first time I didn't answer, and then she called, or I called back, like right away. No.
Gotcha. Okay. And where do you work at?
Diligence.
Diligent. VI. It's a good place. How long you been there for?
I just went back. I was there for about a year and a half. That's all. I have been there for about a year and a half. So. Okay.
Sure. Okay. You call grandma back. That's the one on Washington Street. And there's an ambulance at the house, and you gotta go. But
Yeah,
you
because
say,
my grandma, the smallest thing, she's, you have to get there.
yeah, right. And then you're at work. You're unable to go. Is that right?
Yes,
What-
I don't have my car. My
I
car
know,
is
Kate.
fixed 'cause
I'm saying.
of my tire being split, my all-wheel drive is messed up.
Oh.
Not one tear. Not even a little upset. Yeah, it feels like it, right, LaDonna?
Okay.
That's
So-
why I'm so calm. Shit always happens.
sorry
I'm
to
so
hear
calm
that.
because shit always happens.
So
What
that
does
was
that mean?
Not having a vehicle, you're not able to get there. Then what kind of happened next, or who?
The other,
Like Shannon Doherty died the other day, y'all, and I was crying like a baby.
I don't know her name. She came to that.
Okay. What time was that at? Do you know?
I can look, I have the 360 on myself.
And my boyfriend's like, you didn't even know her. I'm like, you don't understand. Brenda was my alter ego.
Dad's, oh, we're on Jackson. I was like, why did I not know that? It was at 10:56, or no.
I mean, maybe she's in shock.
Yeah, 10:56. I was thrown off because I thought.
What is that
the time
supposed to mean,
was before
Brandy?
my grandma calling, but 10:56 is when I left. And I got there at 10:59. That's why I talked to y'all.
Oh, and then they talked to us there. Okay. And by that time, you already knew about
Oh, yeah.
It was great.
what happened.
Like,
I
I
knew
knew
on the
Hills
phone,
High when they didn't
because she said-
protest making that show.
Or Ron was like, I was like, can't really, being a waitress is kind of hard.
Sure.
And me personally, I don't really deal with that. Hence why I'm so calm, kind of.
Yeah.
But I was like, what's the point of me leaving?
It's
Like,
your mom,
I
though. It's
felt
not
kinda
death.
nervous,
It's
but
your
It's not
mom.
like I can do much now.
Sure.
But
Have you had
with
like,
how they were reacting, I thought, okay.
you should go up? Yeah. Have you had like previous experiences with that sort of?
I walked
Why you
into
kind of
that.
say that? Okay. Is that a family member previously or
He
friend?
was my mom's ex-boyfriend, best friend. His name was Mike. He would have though.
Okay. How long ago was that?
About, let's say, 7 months.
Also recently. Okay.
Yeah, but like, what kind of sedative? I mean,
That didn't happen on, is that Wood Street?
It was across the bridge. It was in the marina or what areas for the campground.
Okay, in, used to be there?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
he was in his trailer.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So by this time, you could, obviously, you knew what was going on when you showed up to the house. Who all lives at the house?
It was my brother and my mom. And then
Okay, and, mom's Jen,
I never
correct?
watched Charmed.
Or does she go by Jennifer?
she
I
goes
don't
by
like Melissa Milano.
Jenny? Okay. And
Cuckoo
then
for Cocoa Puff.
brother is who again?
Tyler.
Tyler. And dog name?
Echo.
Echo? Okay. How long is it? Is it Jenny's house then?
Yeah.
And how long she lived there?
Okay, you can take down the.
Okay, so let's see if I can find if he has a.
Your Honor. What is your occupation?
I am an associate state medical examiner at the Iowa office of the state medical examiner.
How long have you held that position?
Approximately 6 years.
Where your
I don't think they've shown his yet. Oh, they're still on a break. Oh, wait.
$36 is admitted.
Could you explain just what it is that you do at the laboratory?
So in the DNA casework section, we get evidence that is submitted by police agencies throughout the state. We look at that, we determine if we need to do any screening for body fluids, take samples for DNA, develop DNA profiles, and then compare those to any known DNA profiles that are submitted in that case, write a report to our findings, and then testify if necessary.
Could you explain to the jury just exactly what DNA is?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is the unit of heredity that is in all cells have a nucleus in your body, you would get half DNA from your mother, half your DNA from mother, and it is shown to be unique except in the case of identical twins.
Where is DNA found?
It is in the nucleus, the nuclear DNA that I test is found in the nucleus of the cells. So it's in blood, cell fluid, saliva, skin.
How do you examine DNA?
Depending on the item and what I'm looking for. If I'm looking for a body fluid, I will do first a visual exam in natural light. If I can't see anything with that, we have alternate sources that we can use to try to visualize DNA. And then we do a screening test, if applicable, and take a sample from it.
How do you process DNA?
So the kinetic or sample that we take, it goes into a tube, and then we do what's called an extraction, which gets the DNA out of the cells and into a solution. From that, we do what's called a quant that estimates the amount of DNA in the sample. And from that, we perform what's called an amplification that copies that DNA, and then we use a 3500 genetic analyzer to visualize that DNA profile.
What areas of DNA do you test?
There are currently 21 loci or locations of DNA that we test.
How do you compare DNA found on evidence to specific?
So we use the profile that we develop, and we also develop profiles from known blood or buccal samples. And then we make a comparison based on those two profiles to see if the alleles that are in each loci or location are the same or different.
So on about January 30th of this year, did you receive items from the Dubuque Police Department for?
Yeah, LaDonna, I haven't seen
did.
any of Tyler's emotions.
Performance testing?
I've just seen
Did
Tyler's.
you author two separate reports concerning
They
their
arrested
testing?
him.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show you what's
Thanks,
been
Elaine.
marked States Exhibit 37 and 38. Could you tell me what those documents are?
37 is the DNA report that was issued on March 4th of 2024. That is the my initial report. M38, Exhibit 38 is a report I issued on April 3rd of 2024.
Are these both true and accurate copies of your reports?
I mean, this is fast too, y'all. This literally just happened this January.
Yes, they are.
I would move to admit Exhibit 37 and 38.
Any objection?
No objection.
37 and 38 are both admitted.
But they
So
literally
if we
caught
look
him.
at Exhibit 37,
Kind of red-handed.
on the first page, there's a listing on there. Could you explain what that is?
That is under the heading of items as described by submitting agency. So the list lists the lab number that was assigned was the agency and description.
The listing of the items that you tested?
Girl,
This
work
was
out
all
for
that
me.
was submitted. Yes,
Okay, so you didn't necessarily test all of them?
correct.
Why would you not some of them?
We tried to look at what would be considered the most probative evidence first. And if we develop profiles from that, don't necessarily look at everything in the case, but we can always go back if requested to.
Your Honor, may I publish
Yeah,
Exhibit
report TV.
37?
Yes.
So tired of them.
Which ones did you test? Or should I start with which ones did you not?
Let's see here. The ones that I did not examine at that time were the nasal swabs, the right-hand finger clippings, and left-hand finger clippings from Tyler Dazey.
Those would be numbers 2, 3, and 4.
Correct.
And then if you go to the second page on your results of examination, that would explain that.
Yes, on also on items 15 and 16, which were the right-hand fingernail scrapings and left-hand fingernail scrapings from Jennifer Dazey.
Okay, you also did a sexual assault kit.
Yes.
And were there any findings there of significance?
Well, screening did not indicate the presence of seminal fluid on the items, and no sperm were observed, and no DNA factors foreign to Jennifer Dazey were detected in the profiles developed from the epithelial fraction of the oral sample, the epithelial fraction of the anal sample, or the epithelial fraction of the vaginal sample.
So in layman's terms, no significant findings there?
There's nothing foreign to Jennifer Dazey.
Thank you. So then you also looked at 7 and 8.
Yes.
These were blood stains from the dining room and from the hallway, is that correct?
That's what they're labeled as, yes.
What were your findings on those specimens?
For item 7, screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from dining room, and the DNA profile matched the known DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey, and the probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 310 octillion.
So it's safe to say that the blood belonged to Jennifer Dazey?
Unless she has an identical twin.
And that would be the same for exhibit.
All right, LaDonna, you're just going to see a white.
Screening also indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from hallway 4, and the DNA profile developed matched the known of Jennifer Dazey with the same statistic.
Okay, item number 9 was a swab from the bathroom sink. What were your findings on that?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from bathroom sink. The DNA profile developed indicated a mixture of 2 individuals, and due to the mixture complexity, no further interpretations can be made.
Could you explain a little bit about what the mixture and complexity mean as it pertains to DNA?
So when I said you get half your DNA from your mother, half your DNA from your father. So you have 1 or 2 alleles at each location. When you have multiple people, you will see 3 or 4 alleles at each location. When there's not enough difference in the contributors, so if they're about equal or if there's a very low amount, you'll be able to see that you have multiple people, but you won't be able to separate the 2 profiles out.
So in other words, there was DNA there was just a mix and you couldn't pull out any individual people, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's look at item number 10, the hatchet. What were your findings on that?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on 2 stains on the blade and head of the hatchet. But screening indicated the presence of blood on 3 areas on the handle of the hatchet.
Did you do that screening for blood or did someone else?
I did.
When you handled the hatchet, what condition was it in?
I'm not, it was.
Did it appear to have been cleaned or scrubbed or washed?
Not that was obvious, no.
Were there, cakes of mud or dirt or anything on it?
Not that I recall.
Did you find blood on the handle?
Yes.
What were your determinations on that?
Well, I took 1 sample at this time from one of the areas, and the DNA factors detected were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
And again, meaning to lay people?
There's some DNA on there, but there's not enough to determine a profile that is strong and consistent.
Okay. Item number 11, you took sample from the bathtub drain. What was your findings there?
Screening indicated presence of blood on the swabs from bathroom tub drain. The DNA profile developed indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. The profile of the major contributor was consistent with the known DNA profile of Tyler Dazey. The probability of profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 130 septillion. The additional factors present were insufficient to determine the profile of the minor contributor.
Did you find evidence of blood in the sample that you took from the bathtub drain?
Screening
Oh, yeah, it was
indicated the
in
presence of
yesterday's
blood on
trial.
those swabs, yes.
Was there any
They showed
testing
it.
done to determine whether
butt
that was
naked.
human, animal, or other type of blood?
No, the only thing I did at this time was the DNA testing after that.
Okay, so the DNA testing that you did, you found DNA, but
No,
that
he didn't
didn't
talk or anything.
necessarily come from the blood, did it?
It's possible it came from another source, yes.
So if someone took a shower and shed skin or hair or any other things that
Well,
would
Brian
give up
Brown went
DNA
on
as
court
well, is
TV.
that right?
Yes.
I know
How
it's a
does
bigger
DNA
channel,
degrade?
but they haven't been covering this
So-
trial.
The cleaning products, again, for example, in a lab, we use either alcohol or bleach, a 10% bleach solution to clean between cases and clean our racks and stuff that we put samples in. So that would degrade UV light, so that in your cleaning products and sometimes heat will degrade DNA.
If a person had taken a shower recently, would you think there'd be a better probability of finding DNA as opposed to someone who took a shower a week before in that same tub?
Yes.
All right, let's look at number 12 and 13. We might as well do them together. Those are blood spatters. What are your findings on those?
Number 12 and 13, screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from jewelry box and bedroom wall. The DNA profiles developed matched the known DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey, and the
No, I haven't
probability
seen
of finding this
interrogation video
profile
yet
in a population of
for,
unrelated
Tyler.
individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 310 octillion.
So when you get those samples, there may be DNA in a house, for instance, on the wall of someone, right?
That's possible.
Yeah, I heard
And
Brian
if you have
had
blood on there and you take that
engagements this
sample,
morning because he's not at court.
the likelihood of the
He'll be there
DNA
after lunch.
being in
So
the
I
blood
imagine his
or the
engagement was talking to
DNA
court TV.
existing on the wall before the blood was there.
Yes.
So it would be very unlikely to sample of blood and find that the primary contributor was the person whose DNA was on the wall to begin with, if that makes sense.
Yes, I think it would be more likely in this.
They might
for
show some of his
blood
interrogation
on a
in the
wall
trial.
when you
I
take a
would hope.
sample for the DNA profile, especially a single source, to be from the blood as opposed to background DNA that's on the wall.
So the blood would be the primary one, as you've been talking about. Right?
Yes.
The other DNA mixed in, but it's going to be minimal.
In most circumstances, yes.
All right, let's look at Exhibit 38. Yes. May I publish Exhibit 38 here?
Yes.
And again, on this one, we've got 4 items listed. Did you test all 4 of those?
I did.
And this was a follow-up testing
Yes.
you did later? Why did you do a follow-up testing?
I spoke with somebody from the Butte Police Department and they requested additional testing.
Okay, so let's look at 3 and 4. What were those?
3, the screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the right hand fingernail clippings from Tyler Dazey, and the DNA factors detected from swabs of the right hand fingernail clippings from Tyler Dazey were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
That would not be uncommon, would it?
No,
In taking fingernail clippings?
that's not uncommon, no.
How about item number 10?
The screening indicated the presence of blood on 2 areas of the handle of the hatchet. No DNA profile was developed from swabs of the area on the SOG side of the hatchet handle. The DNA profile developed from swabs of the area under the S on the hatchet handle indicated a mixture of 2 individuals. Profile, a major contributor, consistent with the DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey. The probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 out of 2.5 octillion.
May I approach, Your Honor?
that particular knife because it's part.
The affidavit for which one? Yes, anything I ask for, I have to pay for. Anything I ask for in the Freedom of Information Act, I have to pay for. And if it's an ongoing trial, they will deny it. I've already heard from the Wayne County for Michael's case, and they denied my request for FOIA. It's going to cost me about $1,000 to get any information from Michael's case when they do approve it. And the case has to be not in trial. So I'm not getting any information from Wayne County. So yeah, anything I ask for in FOIA, I have to pay for. So that's why this stuff like cost. That's why I like not being monetized and YouTube taking away my little bitty $12 that I had already made away and taking away my chance to make money really sucks because I only work on the weekends so that I can YouTube every day. So thanks, YouTube. You're awesome. And I really mean it.
Yes.
And do what's been marked Exhibit 14. Is that the same hatchet that you examined?
Yes, it is.
Can you see your marks on there?
Yes, I can.
Could you show the jury where you did test there?
So on this side, under the blade side on the handle, is where you can see I've circled it, and I have 10.1 listed. 10.2 is adjacent to that on the adjacent side of the handle. And then 10.3 is a small stain here under where it says the SOG here on the towards the bottom half of the handle. And that's where I circled and tested that area.
So when you say under the S, that means below it on the handle, not actually under it.
Correct.
So your findings on 2 of those did not show any DNA, or you couldn't get a profile, is that right? Or am I misreading that?
Yes. So in 10.1, the DNA factors detected were too weak. 10.2, I did not develop a profile. And so that, if that answers your question.
Yes. And 10.3 is where you did develop that profile.
Correct.
And again, that was Jennifer Dazey.
The main contributor, yes.
Yes. And you had another individual there, but not enough to develop profile, is that right?
Right. There was one additional factor present that was insufficient to determine profile of the minor contributor.
Did you take swabs of the blade of that hatchet at some point?
Yes.
What did you find from that?
Screening did not indicate the presence of blood on the blade of the hatchet, and the DNA factors detected from swabs of the blade of the hatchet were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
Could that be that there may have been blood on there which had been scrubbed or wiped away and left some DNA, but not enough to make a profile?
That's possible.
Did you find any actual blood on that weapon when you tested it?
The 3 areas it's sensitive, the presence of blood.
But that wasn't visible to the naked eye, was it?
No, they were small and dilute stains.
Yeah, so you had to test for that just to pull it out of there? Would it be safe to say that this weapon had been cleaned of blood at some point, leaving only that little bit of residue behind?
That's outside my area of expertise.
I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination. I've got it.
$37?
Yes.
Now, and you testified about that in some detail, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about a few of these things. One of the things I want to ask you about is sources of DNA. Blood is one source of DNA, isn't it?
Yes.
What other sources of DNA are there?
Saliva, skin cells, seminal fluid.
Oh, does it give you my full name?
We excrete DNA pretty much
I
all
think
the
that
time.
my full name
don't
is on my Cash App.
I'm not sure what you mean by excrete.
Well, for example, there's even some small amount of DNA in the moisture in my breath, isn't there?
Yes, that would be from the skin cells inside your mouth.
That's a weird question.
And when I touch something, if I'm the type of person who leaves DNA, I would leave DNA on pretty much anything and everything I touch.
Potentially.
And the longer I'm in an area, for example, if we're talking about my bedroom, or we're talking about an item that I handle on a regular basis, like a jewelry box, leave a DNA on those items. Could. If I've been living in a location for a number of years, those skin cells can actually accumulate, can't they?
Yes.
And I understand.
Yeah, I guess
there's some
I need to get a
degradation,
PayPal.
but depending on the of cleaning and its use to clean, and we can clean with some things that doesn't really affect the DNA, isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about a few of the items up here. I understand that initially you did not test items 2, 3, and 4. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll talk about those when we get over to State's Exhibit 38. The first thing I want to talk about is item number 7.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I got it.
Now, this is reported as being a swab from a possible blood stain.
Thank
in the
you,
dining room.
LaDonna.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe we heard, well, I believe on direct examination, you testified that you were able to develop a DNA
Thank you, LaDonna.
profile
I
from that,
appreciate it.
Yes.
and that the swab tested positive
Every
for
little
blood.
bit helps.
Is that right?
Screening indicated the presence of blood.
Yeah, everything.
And
Helping.
I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. Did you say
and
that was Jennifer Dazey's blood?
I did not.
right now is until I can get information on Samantha Woll's case, everything's going to go to Help Michael.
If you did say that, that's actually more than you can say, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. You can't say that that's Jennifer Dazey's blood, can you?
No, I can only
Yeah.
say that the profile developed from that swab matches her.
Okay. And that's for a couple of different reasons. Number one, did you test item 7 to determine if it was human or animal blood?
I did not do that test, no.
Were you aware that there was animal blood in the area?
Yeah, and I put a
Yes.
picture on there so
Okay.
you would know it's
But
me.
you didn't test to determine whether or not the
I'll
blood
work on a
stain
PayPal, Kirsten.
in
A lot
item
of people do that
7
too.
was human or animal blood.
Correct, I did not.
And as I understand it, when you swab an area, especially if it's wet, for example, if I touch a table and I walk away, but if I get that wet with something, swab then, doesn't that actually increase the number of skin cells and stuff that I'm going to pull off of that item that I'm swabbing?
What?
Potentially, if there's skin cells there, if there's DNA, touch DNA on that item, and I then moisten it a little bit, and then I swab it, I'm going to get the moisture, but I'm also going to get the touch DNA, aren't I?
You could potentially, if there's some there, yes.
Okay. And the fact that it's moist might actually increase the likelihood that I get that touch DNA, doesn't it?
Not necessarily. Actually, you could destroy the touch
I'm
DNA.
not sure how to
touch
answer that question.
Yeah, because touch DNA is very, very
Well, let me ask,
hard to
do you know if the DNA
get
profile
and hard to lift.
that you detected, and I understand it was Jennifer Dazey's DNA to the 310 octillion or something like that. Is that right?
The statistic, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not DNA came from the blood? Or did it come from skin cells or touch DNA that was located in that same area that was swabbed?
That cannot be determined.
Likelihood of whether or not from one or the other would depend on whether or not that was animal or human blood to some extent, wouldn't it?
Technically, yes.
Because if it was animal blood, you're not getting human DNA from it, right?
Correct.
It would also depend to some extent on how much exposure to her DNA that location on the floor had had, wouldn't it?
Technically, yes.
All right. And that's essentially why you're not able to tell us whether or not item 7, even though it tested positive for blood, you're not able to tell us whether or not that was Jennifer Dazey's blood,
Correct.
are you?
I cannot say that, correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you would expect to find touch DNA and, well, essentially touch DNA or skin cell DNA from other DNA sources for someone where they live?
In some areas more than others, but yes, in the areas that they live.
Okay. Well, let's talk about some of these. Number 8 is a swab from a possible blood stain in a hallway. Did you screen to see?
YouTube dinged me for
let me
that,
ask you
by the
this.
way.
Did you screen to determine whether blood was present?
Yes.
I have to edit that out of
Okay.
my video.
Did you screen to determine whether it was human or animal blood?
I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that DNA profile came from the blood, or could it have come from other touch DNA located on the swab?
I cannot say with any certainty that it came, or with any, I cannot say for sure whether it came from the blood, no.
It would not be unusual to find Jennifer Dazey's DNA on the way from right outside her bedroom in a house where she's lived for several years, would it?
Yeah, look it up, LaDonna. Don't look at it on my channel.
In a house, I not necessarily expect to find that a large amount of DNA.
But
so is it
lay
possible?
it up against
Yes.
Fergie's and tell me who's worse.
Did you find a large amount of DNA?
It's a real.
I'd have to
close
refer to
neck
my
and neck.
notes to see what the estimate of that was.
Okay. Let's talk about item 9.
Yeah, well,
which is the
YouTube
swab
hit me.
possible blood stain in the bathroom sink.
YouTube just hates me. I don't follow the rules.
Did you screen that swab for blood?
Now they're going
And
to
was
ding me
blood
for saying
present?
that.
Screening indicated the presence of blood, yes.
Did you test to see whether or not that was human or
But
animal
listen
blood?
to Fergie's too, LaDonna.
Were you
Gonna
able
go
to
in,
develop
go all
a
in.
DNA profile?
There was DNA factors
Whatever.
detected, yes.
I would use that excuse
Okay.
too if I sounded that bad. I
Were
was
you able to
drunk,
develop a
drunker
profile?
than Cooter Brown.
I'm not sure what you mean by
Yeah, I'm on
develop
Rumble.
a
I just don't know
profile.
how to use it.
Were you able to determine
haven't
whose
taught
DNA
myself.
it was?
No, I
YouTube's
was
hard
not
enough,
able to
man.
determine whose DNA it was.
All right.
I'm on Rumble and Patreon.
Sorry, they have our computers on a timer. Regards to, we'll skip item 10 because for the moment, regards to item 11, that's from around the bathtub drain, and I think you testified about that. It's on direct examination.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
they checked the bathtub drain.
You would expect to find a lot of different sources of DNA in a bathtub drain, wouldn't you?
There are potentially a lot of sources, yes.
Okay. Now, this was swabbed. You didn't actually see the drain. You just swabbed from the drain.
Correct. I saw only the swab.
Okay. Were you able, did you screen the swab for blood?
Yes.
Okay. Did the screening test positive?
The screening indicated the presence of blood, yes.
Did you test whether or not that was human or animal blood?
I did not.
And I apologize. I mean, obviously you know what my next question is on each of these, but we still need to go slow so that she can take it all down. We can't
I shouldn't have
talk
to
at
go
the
to
same
Rumble.
time.
But we're in America, so I can't do what I want.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
Yes.
And whose DNA profile were you able to develop?
There was a mixture of DNA on this, and the profile of the major contributor was consistent with the known of Tyler Dazey.
Now, are you able to say that that's Tyler Dazey's blood?
No, I am not.
Okay. And that's because the DNA profile could have come from, well, skin cell DNA or hair DNA or any of the other sources of DNA that would in a brain.
Potentially, yes.
And you would
Between
find
each witness,
somebody's
put up a picture of the
DNA
dog.
in the bathtub drain where
And that
they
dude's done
tend
for.
to bathe, wouldn't you?
That was
I would
allowed.
say it was not be an unexpected finding to find their DNA there.
Okay. Item number 12. This is an interesting. Item number 12 is a swab from possible blood stain on the top of the jewelry box in the bedroom. Is that right?
That's what it was listed as, yes.
Okay. You didn't actually see this jewelry box. You just saw the swab.
Correct. I only saw the swab.
Did you screen the swab for blood?
I did.
And did it test positive for blood?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from jewelry box.
Did you test to see whether it was human or animal blood?
Which one was worse, LaDonna?
I did not.
Because it was pretty bad. I couldn't
Were
even
you
decide.
able to develop a DNA profile from the swab?
Yes.
And whose DNA profile were you able to develop from the swab?
The DNA profile developed matched the known of John Dazey.
Now, and this may seem silly, but you're not actually able to say that that DNA profile came from the blood, are you?
No, I cannot say that.
So you can't actually even say that that's Jennifer Dazey's blood, can you?
I cannot say that.
Moving on to item number 13. That was a swab collected from a blood stain on a bedroom wall. And I understand your testimony on direct examination was that,
An unexpected finding either.
okay. Was item number 13 tested to determine not their blood?
Yes, it was.
And what was the result of the test?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the swabs from bedroom.
Did you test to see whether or not it was animal or human blood?
No, I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from the swab?
Yes, it was.
And as I understand it, that was Jennifer Dazey.
Correct.
Are you able to tell us whether or not that DNA
Hey,
came
Elizabeth,
from
you're back.
the blood on the swab, or did it come, or could it have come from other sources of touch DNA on the swab?
I cannot say.
So you're not able to actually tell us whether or not that blood is Jennifer Dazey's blood either?
I cannot say that.
Well, have fun looking at yesterday because you're just going to see a dog, a little puppy.
Let's
and then
move
that's
to
gonna
State's Exhibit number
do
38.
you in.
And I had up there on the screen for you as well. The state didn't really talk about this one, but I think I want to talk about it just to emphasize the point. Item number 2, that was a nasal swab collected actually from Tyler Dazey, wasn't it?
That's what it was listed as, yes.
Okay. And you would expect to find Tyler Dazey in his nose, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Okay. It would be in the mucus in his nose. He's got hair in his nose. I mean, all those different sources.
Mucus and skin cells, yes.
Okay. Now, when you tested that, did you test it for the presence of blood?
I did.
Did it test positive for blood?
Screening indicated the presence of blood on the nasal swabs from Tyler Dazey.
Okay. Did you test that to determine whether or not it was human or animal blood?
I did not.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from that?
Yes, I was.
And whose DNA profile were you able to find in the swab?
So there is no DNA factors foreign to Tyler Dazey in the profile developed nasal swabs.
So you found Tyler Dazey's swab?
Yes.
Okay. But interestingly enough, you're not able to say that that was Tyler Dazey's blood, are you?
I am not.
And that would be for the same reasons we've discussed before, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's talk about item 10. All right. I understand that you screened two additional, item 10, you initially screened one area. Is that right?
I initially screened 3 areas.
Okay.
Actually, like on the handle only.
Right.
Okay, so there's 3 areas on the handle that I screened initially.
When I look back at when you screened those 3 areas initially, what did you find in your report dated March 4th?
Screened the presence of blood on 3 areas of the handle of the hatchet.
Okay. As I understand it, at that time, you only tested one for DNA?
Correct.
Okay. And that would be the one that's marked on the hatchet as 10.1?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any DNA factors at that time?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
The DNA factors were too weak for conclusive interpretation.
Did you test to determine whether or not that was human or animal blood?
10.1, I did not.
I think you said that you also tested the blade and head of the hatchet.
Correct.
But you didn't find blood on the blade or head of the hatchet.
Yes, screening did not indicate the presence of blood on blade and head of the hatchet.
Now, looking at exhibit number 38, your report dated April 3rd. You then tested two more spots on the hatchet, as I understand it, 10.2 and 10.3. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, as I understand, these two areas have already tested positive for the presence of blood.
Yes, screening indicated the presence of blood on those two areas.
Did you test to determine whether or not it was animal or human blood?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the terms?
It was human blood.
All right.
The screening test indicated.
For both 10.2 and 10.3?
Yes.
All right. And were you able, as I understand it, to DNA profile on 10.3?
Yes.
That was the DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey?
The major contributor was, yes.
Okay. And there was a minor contributor who wasn't identifiable?
Correct.
Were you able to detect any DNA on the blade of the hatchet?
Yes.
And I know you testified on direct examination a little bit about this, but the fact that you were able to detect DNA on the blade of the hatchet what does that indicate with regards to the likelihood that the hatchet was washed or cleaned or scrubbed?
I can't say. That's outside my area of expertise. I can't say whether that indicates or does not indicate cleaning.
But you actually did find touch DNA is what it would have to be, right?
I can't say the source of the DNA. I can just say it did not screen. The screening test did not indicate the presence of blood.
But there was DNA on the blade of the hatchet.
Yes.
Were you able to develop a profile?
There were factors detected, but not enough to make any interpretation.
With regards
Jenny,
to the DNA
welcome.
profile that you developed on 10.3, all right, are you able to say definitively that that came from the blood?
No.
So you're not able to say whether or not that was Jennifer Dazey's blood?
I cannot say that.
I'm ordering myself a new desk chair.
Were you ever asked to test a
Hoping that
shower
will help me
curtain?
be more comfortable sitting here.
No.
This defense attorney asks a lot of questions. More more questions in the prosecution?
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Your Honor. You're a scientist, aren't you?
Yes.
You can't say much of anything in the scientific world with absolute certainty, can you?
CNN said
No.
that
So when you're
because Court TV
answering
said if they didn't have one by
questions today
tomorrow.
about certainty, that's sort of where you're coming from, isn't it?
Yes.
Absolute certainty. But in many cases, you can say there's a very high likelihood,
That's
couldn't
wild.
you?
Yes.
So if you take swabs of blood off the
I
floor
see
and
it
off
now.
the jewelry
That was
jewelry
3
box
hours
and
ago.
wall, it is possible to get other DNA, correct?
Correct.
But isn't blood usually swabbed because it's a very good source of DNA?
Yes.
So when you take a blood swab off of a wall or jewelry box or any other item, wouldn't you expect that to be the dominant contributor when you're testing for DNA, as opposed to background DNA that might have been there before?
In most cases, yes.
When you do a blood screen, that's just a test for blood or not blood, isn't it?
Correct.
And for the most part, it doesn't test for human or animal. It's just blood, right?
For those screening tests, it's just whether or not it is.
If you tested animal blood, just to find animal DNA,
The test in the we only detect human DNA.
so if it were animal blood, you wouldn't detect anything based on your testing, correct?
I would not get a profile from animal blood with the testing that I do.
If you had animal blood,
No, that's what she said.
you're probably not going to get a DNA profile of Jennifer Dazey from that, are you?
But see,
It would
that's
not
what
come
Court
from
TV
animal blood
said,
if it was her profile. Correct.
tomorrow. But what does Court TV know? They were also asking really stupid questions.
Thank you. I don't have anything
Brian
further.
Brown
Mr. Blair?
that they would know the answer to if they
That's
had
kind of
really
a
been
misleading
in the
question,
trial.
though, isn't it? Because the swab doesn't just have the blood on it, does it?
I don't know who is
I
Liz
don't know
Gillespie.
what the swab has on it, besides that it's screening positive for blood.
Right. And if it is animal blood and you detect human DNA, that human DNA would have had to have come from some other source, right?
Yes, if it was animal blood and a DNA,
murderer?
human DNA
She's a
profile, it
murderer,
would have to
LaDonna?
come from some other
She
source.
killed babies.
Okay. So when you say that blood is a dominant contributor for human DNA, only human is dominant contributor for human DNA.
Yes.
And that's the problem, is that if you haven't determined whether or not it's human or animal blood, you don't know whether the human DNA came from the blood or from some other source of
What if she's innocent?
DNA.
Ooh, I don't know.
I can't say
check
with
this out,
certainty
LaDonna.
that a profile from blood swab
look
does
at this
not
in a
have
little
either
bit.
DNA in it.
Honestly, Jenny, this trial is I think it's pretty cut and dry. This psycho
And that's one of the
son
reasons why you're
killed
not
his
able
mom
to tell
with a
us
hatchet
whether or
in
not
the head and
any
face,
of the
and then he killed her puppy
blood
dog.
is actually Jennifer Dazey's
hatchet.
blood, isn't it?
Oh, did you?
I cannot say with certainty that the profiles I developed from the swabs are her blood.
She was
No.
only 46. Her son was 28, so she started having kids
Not just
pretty
with-
early. I
well,
don't know if she's originally from Alabama, but
not even a reasonable degree of
I mean,
certainty, are you?
she's
There's
lived in
no
Iowa, so I guess they
statistic
have
or
that same
studies
problem
that I'm
there.
aware of that
anyway.
determine a number to put to that or a
She was
degree of
practicing
certainty.
witchcraft on him,
Okay.
according to him, and that's why he hatcheted her to death and her little puppy too.
Nothing further.
Thank the Lord.
Not to beat dead horses, but
Well, let's just do it
you
anyway.
can't say with absolute certainty, but you can say with a pretty high likelihood, can't you?
Yes, we do use known blood samples taken from a person to develop known profiles. So I know that you can get DNA from blood and the white blood cells that are in blood. I can't give a real number or certainty to if it was another source.
Thank you. Nothing further.
I mean, she was hatcheted to death, people. Of course it's her blood and her dog's blood.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
What difference does it make if she can tell the difference between animal blood and people blood?
Okay, perfect spot for us to break for lunch. Remember the admonition, give a report back to the jury room. We'll try to start up again around 1:20.
Okay, so we're finally caught up on this trial. So did you say you found Tyler Dazey's interrogation, or did you find Lucy Letby's interrogation, LaDonna? This trial is kind of boring, but yesterday was pretty exciting. I mean, it was terrible exciting. There was a dead dog, gross man's butt, which, by the way, what made that even grosser was that those cops, when they arrested him, he was fully erect. That is disgusting. Just imagine being the police officers that arrested him and rolled him over, and he's like, hello. That has to be god awful. Yes, Lillian Diallo is saying that they should have already called this a mistrial. My concern about the mistrial, Elizabeth, everybody, is that with that, Michael could still be sitting in jail awaiting a new trial, because the prosecution has the option to say, okay, let's set a date for the new trial. We will be ready at such and such time. And they can request Michael to stay in jail until then. The defense can also request a bond. So that is why I'm trying to raise money for Michael, either to, if they allow him to be bonded out, I'd like to raise some money for Michael to be bonded out. I've asked if we can start a GoFundMe for him. So I'm waiting on permission to do that. And I'm also, even if he does get out of jail, I would like to raise money for him to start a new life. I know he and Tiara want to start a new life, not in Detroit, obviously. So I would like to start a GoFundMe for them, but I'm just waiting for permission to do so, because obviously I don't know them personally. I mean, sort of, kind of, but not enough to have permission to use, start a GoFundMe or anything like that. So I'm waiting for permission to do that. But in the meantime, you can now buy me a coffee, since my channel is demonetized. Please like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. You can Cash App me if you have Cash App. I will set up a PayPal, but you can buy me a coffee. At buymeacoffee.com /Racy with 4 zeros. And all of the money that I get does not go in my pocket, because I wasn't making any money on YouTube anyway. So before they demonetized me, I think I had like $12 whole. So any money that I get goes to helping pay towards any FOIAs that I request. It also helps to pay for, right now, everything is going towards Michael. I have sent Michael several care packages, hygiene kits, and it also eventually, after Michael is taken care of, and I get hopefully any affidavits and information I can get from the Samantha Woll trial, figuring out who actually killed Samantha. Any monies will go towards upgrading any equipment that I need to continue doing this channel, and hopefully moving it on from YouTube to Patreon or Rumble or something that doesn't censor me, because I like to say things that YouTube does not like me to say. YouTube makes me use words that are not words. And I don't use those words, which is probably why I'll never be monetized again from YouTube. So that's that. So please make sure you pass that along. Let me look up Lucy Letby. The jury is back from lunch for Samantha Woll. So we are just waiting. Today, of course, we will hear if it is going to be, uh-oh. Yes, I do watch Annie Elise. I like her. She's really good.
In the next hour, details of a harrowing 10-month trial and the extensive police investigation to catch a murderer. We'll examine why anyone would harm children on this scale and look at the failings that left her free to kill for so long.
I think I'm going to turn my Samantha
had great concerns about
series into a podcast.
From the neonatal unit. Why did it take 11 months for the police to then be called in?
And do it a little differently.
We'll hear from the families of some of the victims on their long quest for justice. And I speak to the mother of a prematurely born baby who believes her child was targeted by Lucy Letby.
Her job was to care, to heal.
Devious, cold-blooded, calculated.
Lucy Letby attacked those she was meant to protect.
She used that normality and the trust that she gained to commit crimes of an unimaginable scale.
It's horrific to think of, because you wouldn't think that nobody would be capable of that.
Lucy Letby will be remembered as a killer with victims so small they could be carried in one hand.
Good evening from the Countess of Chester Hospital. This is where Lucy Letby worked as a nurse in the neonatal unit, trusted to keep newborn babies alive during their first hours and days in the world. Instead, she murdered 7 children and attempted to kill 6 more. Her crimes make her the most prolific child killer in modern British history. She refused to appear in court for the final verdicts and will be sentenced on Monday, when again she is expected to be absent. The government has already announced an independent inquiry into how she was able to continue working here, even after consultants warned hospital bosses that she was dangerous. Sky's North of England correspondent Caterina Vitozzi followed the trial at Manchester Crown Court and sent this report, which I should warn does contain distressing details.
Oh, Lucy, is it? Yeah. Hello, my name's Chester, please. Can you step in 2 seconds?
Oh, yeah.
Lucy Letby's crimes are difficult to comprehend. Her victims, babies, so tiny, so fragile, so many. But her arrest in 2018 led today to her conviction, and now this shocking title as the most prolific child killer of modern British history.
Lucy Letby was entrusted to protect some of the most vulnerable babies. Little did those working alongside her know that there was a murderer in their midst.
The jury at Manchester Crown Court deliberated for 22 days, agreeing that Letby killed 7 babies and attacked 6 others at the Countess of Chester Hospital. But in court and in police questioning, she always repeatedly denied she'd done anything wrong.
Did you have any concerns that there was a rise in the mortality rate?
Yes. I think we don't just notice as a team in general, the nursing staff, that this was a rise compared to previous years.
This used to be nursery 1, also coined the hot room.
But we now know colleagues on this neonatal unit raised suspicions about Letby months before bosses moved her off the ward and well over a year before police were called in.
This case has had a profound impact on our patients and our local community, and also our staff, who come to work every day determined to provide safe and high quality care for all of our patients. Our staff are devastated by what has happened, and we are committed to ensuring that lessons continue to be learned.
The government has asked for an independent inquiry into this, and Cheshire Police have confirmed they will look into the other years of Letby's career to see if she harmed other babies. Lucy Letby decided not to leave the courthouse cells today and appear in the dock to hear those verdicts being announced. But many of the victims' families were here, the majority in tears, comforting each other. The mother of one child held a stuffed toy rabbit to her face as they learnt that a woman they thought would care for their children actually attacked and killed them.
This has been a long and emotional journey for all of the families involved in this case. I speak on behalf of the entire prosecution team when I say that all of their babies will forever be in our hearts.
Lucy Letby's parents have also been in court, at times mouthing, "I love you" to their daughter. But families of the victims say for them this trial has been utter hell. These are the parents of child L and M, twin boys that Lucy Letby attacked, speaking to media for the very first time.
There's no doubt it's going to affect me for the rest of my life. There's no way you can get away from it. It's always going to be there in the back of your mind. It's been hell, to be honest.
Very, very horrendous. I want a life sentence.
But it's not going to do justice no matter what. She's taken lives. She's tried to take other babies' lives. So whatever sentence she gets, it's not going to be enough. It will be justice, but it won't be enough, whatever the sentence comes.
But it is a sentence that Lucy Letby will not hear in person, leaving the courthouse today in a prison van. Said she won't appear Monday sentencing. The woman who hid her crimes behind a smile and an NHS badge, now refusing to let victims' parents see her as justice is served.
The details are just so difficult to listen to, aren't they? And Katerina joins me now from Manchester Crown Court. Katerina, we know that these verdicts have actually been delivered over a number of days. A reporting restriction has been lifted and we're now able to explain more clearly what happened. What was the reaction from the public gallery on those days that the verdicts came, and indeed the reaction from Letby herself?
Extremely emotional, to sum it up in just a couple of words, Jonathan, seeing the families of those babies in the public gallery, both during the course of
How
this
did she
trial
kill the
and as
babies?
they heard those verdicts
Did I miss
read
that?
out. There were
I missed
many
that.
in tears. These were families who didn't know each other before and during the time that their babies were on the neonatal ward at the Countess of Chester Hospital. But over the course of this 9-month trial and month of duration, they have come to each other, and as they heard
9
those
months?
guilty verdicts being read out and
Holy
many burst
moly.
into tears, we saw parents consoling each
That's
other.
a
We saw
weird
one mother
coinky-dink.
holding a stuffed toy, a small
rabbit close to her face, burrowing her face into it and crying into it as she heard that Lucy Letby had been found guilty of murdering her child. Also in the public gallery were the parents of Lucy Letby, as you saw in my report there. As you say, these verdicts had been delivered in several sets over the course of a few days. Lucy Letby was present for the first 2 times that verdicts were delivered. In one of them, the initial one where she was found guilty of 2 counts of attempted murder, she burst into tears. The second time where she was found guilty of counts of murder, her mother in particular cried openly in the courtroom and could be heard saying, "This can't be right, this can't be serious." However, from that point onwards, Lucy Letby chose not to leave her cells in the court building and not to be in the dock to hear further guilty verdicts and further verdicts being read out. And we understand from her defence team, as you heard in my report, that she won't be in the court for sentencing on Monday either. Very distressing for the parents, of course, to hear that. They want to see justice served. The parents we've spoken to say it is so important now for them to see Lucy Letby be given the ultimate penalty. And also, of course, for those parents now, so many questions about what could have been done differently. We know from this trial, from speaking to colleagues of Lucy Letby, that there were suspicions raised about her on the ward by colleagues to hospital bosses months before she was moved off the ward. Those are questions the families now want answers to. And today we've also been speaking to one of those consultants who raised suspicion, John Gibbs, a consultant on the neonatal ward, who raised suspicions in 2015 to hospital bosses. Speaking to Sky News earlier today, this is what he said.
Once we realised, we had great concerns about Lucy Letby and she was removed from the neonatal unit, why did it take 11 months for the police to then be called in? But that's something that we paediatricians had to look at for why we didn't stop her earlier. But also the managers need to answer for why it took so long, police to do. If something like this, hopefully on the same scale, ever was to happen again, we need to learn lessons for how long it took in this particular case to see could it be done better in the future.
And I think over the days, weeks, and indeed months to come, we will hear more about those questions. There will be questions for hospitals to answer. We know now that the government wants to launch an independent inquiry to what happened here.
LaDonna, honestly, I think any of us, if our kids, God forbid that happened, I think we'd go through the whole gamut of emotions, obviously. Like, we would be ashamed. We would blame ourselves. Like, what did we do wrong? We would feel we're going to love our kid no matter what. That's our kid, right? So you're going to love your kid. You're going to not accept what they did, but you're going to be there for your kid because, like, what the heck, it's your kid. So I think we would go through the whole gamut of emotions. It would just be like mourning someone that you lost, right? Because basically you've lost your child, and your child's going to go to prison, and it's basically they basically are alive, but they're dead. They're dead, but they're alive. Does that make sense? Right? They're not the kid that you raised. They're not the person that you raised them to be. Somehow, some way they went awry, and you'll forever blame yourself. I think that as a parent, that's what we would do. We would forever blame ourselves, and we would literally meticulously go through every single day of our life with our child and try to figure out, oh, maybe if I hadn't fed him green beans when he was 6, maybe if I'd waited till he was 8, or maybe if I'd taken him off the bottle or left him on the bottle. But we would just do stuff like that. We would continuously blame ourselves. We would never feel like we could blame our kid. I don't think we ever could. I don't think even at whatever age they were, we would never look at our kid and think, we could never imagine that we could create something like that. So I think it's terrible. I don't know. I mean, look at the Columbine kids. You know, that one kid's mom, she speaks out about her son because she can't believe her kid shot up the school. And you don't, like, what signs? What are the signs? I mean, every kid, if you look at kids today and you think, I should have seen the signs, what signs? Every kid, if you look back when you were a teenager, do you think your parents should have seen the signs that you would go shoot up a school? I mean, every kid goes through depression. Every kid goes through, my parents suck. I hate my parents. I hate school. You know, everybody hates me. I'm fat. I look terrible. I'm not with the in crowd. I don't have this that the other kids have. What are the signs? I don't know what the signs are that you think your kid is going to go shoot up a school. So, I mean, what is that? What does that make you? Like, just like the parents, the Crumblies. Like, that can be any parent as far as I'm concerned. And they're serving prison time, and that's setting precedent. That's going to be any parent now. Oh, Lucy, I don't know what her defense was. I don't even know how she killed the babies. Let me look it up. But some people are saying she's innocent. Oh, she kept a crime diary? It doesn't say how she did it, though. That's what I was looking up, and it brought me this thing. Well, this is only... It's only 17 seconds long. This is so weird. There's just little short snippet videos of her interrogation. I'm not finding, like, her full interrogation. Okay. Let me look again. Okay. Let me see if this is it.
Almost a year later in June 2019, and finally again in November 20.
Nope. Turn it.
Lucy Letby was arrested 3 times, first in July 2018 more than 2 years after the final 2019, and finally again in November 2020.
And when she was arrested on those 3 occasions, she was questioned extensively about the allegations relating to all 17 babies in the case. In all, the jury were told she was interviewed 30 times. So in this police interview, the detective questioned her about this card. She said she kept a photograph of it on her phone because she wanted to remember the kind words that she'd written to baby I's parents.
And she also insisted she routinely took pictures of cards, such as birthday cards, that she sent
Is
to
there
people.
sound? Can you guys hear
Lucy,
it?
what that is?
Or is it just me again?
I sent a sympathy card to the parents because I wasn't able to attend the funeral.
Oh,
Okay, is
that's
this normal practice, Lucy?
terrible.
No, well, it's not very often that we would get to know a family as well as we did with baby I.
Okay, is there a reason why you
can't
didn't go to the funeral?
Hear it.
I was working. I wasn't able to change my shift. It was to
Why did you do that?
pictures of any cards that I have sent, even birthday cards, anything like that.
Anyone?
Not using baby I.
In the police interview, Lucy Letby was asked about that. They told jurors Lucy Letby made what was to take him to another hospital.
And police asked her about this.
Do you recall saying this comment?
No, I don't. I don't know why I would have a conversation
Now they're
about a
trying to say
baby
she's
not leaving
innocent?
the unit unless they were very sick at the time.
Why did you think that baby P would not leave the NNU alive?
Well, I don't recall saying that, unless it was at the point where he was physically ill.
Do you remember any occasion when you thought that?
Lucy Letby was arrested 3 times. First in July 2018, more than 2 years after the final baby, baby Q, was allegedly attacked. She was then arrested twice more. The first time almost a year later in June
Her interview's
2019,
not working.
and finally again in November 2020.
And when she was arrested on those 3 occasions, she was questioned extensively about the allegations relating to all 17 babies in the case. In all, the jury...
That is awful. Ew. So the beauty queen chick, LaDonna, she, let's see.
It's a slam dunk with the felony murder.
That chick
Gruesome
was a
details
beauty queen,
are now
y'all.
being revealed in the indictment, but all that's just the tip of the iceberg.
This indictment gave us more detail.
What?
I think as time progresses now, we might find more about going backwards. What happened in the past?
This is 18-year-old Trinity Madison Pogue, who made her rounds in the Georgia Beauty Queen circuit.
Honey,
She was
our
crowned Miss
standards have
Donaldsville
gotten so low.
2023 and even competed in the Miss National Peanut Festival. But 2024 brought
big
some
deal.
major changes for the one-time beauty queen when she was arrested in the murder of an 18-month-old boy. We first brought you the story back in January when Trinity was first charged with felony murder, aggravated battery, and first-degree cruelty to children. Since then, we've seen some shocking developments to the case and some major revelations.
When I first looked at this indictment, it looks to me like the prosecutor's very confident about the case. I printed it out. It's what I have here. And when I read through it, I thought, wow.
We spoke to criminal defense attorney Meg Strickler about the case. She's based in Atlanta's Fulton County, about 2.5 hours north of Americus, Georgia. There, Trinity was a freshman at Georgia Southwestern State University. Investigators say the murder actually happened on campus, inside a dorm room.
How Georgia works is they hit her with first-degree murder. I'm going to speak in more common law terms. Then they also hit her with the aggravated battery and the cruelty to children. And so they're like, if we're not going to get you here, we're going to get you here, or we're going to get you here. So
That's right.
she's being punched in every which way they can legally. And as a defense lawyer,
Auntie,
it's a very strong indictment.
who told you
The
you
case
should be
dates
in
back
baby
to
pay?
January 14th when
This is parents
18-month-old Romeo
not telling their
Angeles was
children.
rushed to the hospital. He was pronounced dead just days later. The boy's legal name is Romeo Angeles, but his family has referred to him by multiple different names, including Jackson Drew or Jackson Williams. Investigators say Trinity Pogue was dating the boy's father and that she knowingly killed him. She was arrested and charged with aggravated battery, felony murder, and cruelty to children in the first degree, but just this month, she was indicted on additional charges. So it turns out that it was a grand jury that was involved in this. And for people who aren't familiar, I know that grand jury proceedings are kept behind closed doors, they're private, but what do you think went on there?
They probably had, a big room where they had people sitting in chairs, and then the prosecutor sitting up front with like a lectern and probably some sort of, videos of sort. And they sat and went through the case, and they went through the elements of the case and said, we think we can prove this. And then the grand jury votes whether or not to formally charge. And it is closed. No defense lawyers are allowed there. But my guess is some sort of medical examiner was there to testify. The police of some sort, some detective maybe may have been there. There would have been 2 or 3 witnesses, my guess would be. And as you can tell, they've returned these charges. Now, later on, if they get more evidence, they can always supersede this, which means this is a word we use in Georgia, which is we're going to fix this. Let's pretend they made a mistake on some part of this, that they said, you know what, we learned more. There was something else we want to add. They can follow up and re-indict the case with additional charges. I don't necessarily see anything here, but I'm making this up. But what if she had the child in December and had some sort of incident where they had gone to the doctor and there was some issue with, the baby fell and had a broken rib? That would come in as another count. And these things could be still being investigated. As an example.
According to the Pogue is now charged with malice murder, cruelty to children in the first degree, 2 counts of aggravated battery, and 2 counts of felony murder.
Oh my goodness.
When I was taking a look at the indictment, I saw malice murder and felony murder. Can you explain to me why she would be charged with both?
Yeah. Georgia has, and I shake my head because it's a very difficult charge for us lawyers. It's called the felony murder doctrine, and it's a common law concept, is that if you commit a felony and that felony results in death, then you can be charged with felony murder. That's kind of a generic vanilla version of it. But in real life here in Georgia, what hurts you is that she's charged with the felony of aggravated battery, which is severe disfigurement of
I would hope the baby being biracial wouldn't have anything to do with it.
An 18-month-old human being.
Should know.
And then you also have the felony of
I don't know what color the
so
boyfriend was.
That's like, so I'm saying, legally looking at this indictment, they have really locked in a way to find her guilty. So you have the first degree murder, which is your normal vanilla intentional malice murder, which is you intended to murder this child. That's going to be the more difficult one to achieve at trial, because
the boyfriend was
did
black.
she intend to kill the child?
So
that one is a bit of a reach, because I don't know if that's really what happened, but it's a slam dunk with the felony murder ones.
And in some cases, prosecutors doubled up on Trinity's charges. 2 counts of felony murder and 2 counts of aggravated battery. So I guess for the 2 counts of felony murder, my question is only one person was killed. So how can she have the 2 counts?
Oh, that's easy. The felony murder is again with the felony.
Too, obviously,
so
but I can only do
you are getting felony with the aggravated battery. That's 1. And you're getting the felony murder with the cruelty of children. There's 2.
The indictment didn't lay out exactly how the young boy was killed, but did provide clues into his death.
You are not
Under
a beauty
the felony
queen. Your
murder
mama lied
charge,
to you.
Trinity is
She
accused
lied.
of, quote, inflicting blunt
You are not the
force
prettiest
trauma
girl
to
in
the
the world.
head and torso of Romeo Angeles. For one of the aggravated battery charges, prosecutors say Trinity, quote, maliciously caused bodily Romeo Angeles by causing
sweet,
serious
Brandy.
disfigurement to his liver, a member of said person's body, and further by rendering such member of his body useless.
And
Under the other aggravated battery charge, Trinity allegedly, quote, did maliciously cause bodily harm to Romeo Angeles by rendering his brain, a member of said person's body, useless. One of the things that stood out to me immediately was that Trinity allegedly rendered his brain useless.
Babies.
What do you make of that?
So we did an
I
open
wrote that
adoption,
down.
chose his parents. And he got everything that
that's what
I
I'm
wanted
saying.
him
This
to
is
get.
a really bad indictment. When I read that, I actually wrote it down in my notes as, oh, ouch, because that's what's
my grandson
alleged
is,
just here.
biracial.
So if they were to go to trial, the
And
first thing the
autistic.
prosecutor is going to write out in their opening statements is the elements, and they're going to say serious disfigurement, and then write in there like a hyphen. The evidence will show that we had serious disfigurement to his liver and rendered his brain useless, and left the boy with massive trauma to his head and torso. That's just what's in the charging document. I mean, that's just what's to begin with. To be a juror on this case, it's going to be a lot to see, because you're going to see images of baby. There's going to be photographs of baby. There's going to be x-rays, and then pictures of his liver and the scans of his liver. And then there'll be an expert explaining what those scans show. And then as a defense, we'll be looking at those same scans and saying, that's not true. That's not what caused it. That was
Who does this sound like, y'all?
Something he was born with.
Corey.
I don't know what the defense is yet, but
Sounds
that
like
could be
Corey.
something. This will be a battle of experts no matter what, because they're saying that she caused all of this. And then her defense will be, no, I didn't. I don't know how successful that's going to be.
Just based on your experience looking through all of this severe trauma that went into this young boy's death, what would you say or hypothesize happened that caused it?
The only thing I can think of is, as you saw me do this, is that in these cases, the baby doesn't be quiet for whatever reason. And I'm just telling you from my other cases, I am not saying what happened here. You asked me what I think could have happened, but based on nothing of my knowledge of this case, I'm just giving you storylines from other cases, that the person already has some residual anger, and the anger just exploded. And so the anger where they just see black and they're not able to really be present at that moment, and they just go overboard on the abuse and just shake the kid, could have knocked him down. That's why you have left the boy with massive trauma to his head, probably screaming at the kid and at the baby, I'm saying kid, and at the baby boy, and knocked him down. And so he probably banged his head on something, but it had to have been some severe shaking, my guess would be, or some severe, I don't think beating. I think it was more just some sort of just this is my thought from other cases. That's my thought. Literally, I want to give a caveat. That's just a thought. I really don't know. In this case, I don't have any insider knowledge at all. But that's where you look at the medical documents. What we have to do is, I don't read medical documents. I have to hire somebody because I don't speak that language, and it's voluminous. It's piles and piles of medical records that I must ethically hire somebody to translate that and make it into a language I can understand, so then I can come up with a theory for defense. And that is really what both sides are going to need to do here. So whatever happened, it says January 14th. I mean, who knows? She's young. She may have her own mental health issues. I don't know.
Meg says the age of the victim will play a major role in this case. The victim in this case was 18 months old. So can you explain that to me? I know that obviously he was a child under the age of 18, but are there different brackets that age was under 18?
Oh, I bet it's a vulnerable victim. When you're vulnerable or someone who's a child. And so it just has a separate subdirectory or a separate, letter in the statute that just makes the punishment more harsh. So the law is the same. When you read the statute, it says, causing serious disfigurement for aggravated battery. And in an adult, that like shoulder, broken nose, broken anything is serious disfigurement in aggravated battery. But then once it's a vulnerable victim, which is the adult part, he was 18 months old, it just aggravates the felony punishment that you would get if you were just charged with that.
And the location of the murder could be a factor too. And additionally, we've talked about how she was a student at Georgia Southwestern State University, and this actually happened in the dorm room. Then I wonder what the next steps are there. I mean, could the university be involved in any way? What happens now?
I can tell you, because I deal with a lot of universities here, there are more rules, period, with respect to being in a dorm. Was there a rule that didn't allow young children to even be there ever? I don't know. But if there was a rule, there could be some liability for not take note of that and get rid of it to not be in that dorm. I don't know the rules in that particular city, but that could be one issue. There could be another issue of who was near that world, who was in that floor, who saw what. That could be very pivotal. And of course, going back to forensics, what cameras do we have? What visuals do we have of her leaving that dorm with the baby that day to go and get medical help? All of that would be very helpful. And I know the university will have been very welcoming to say, here's what we have. And if there were some things that the university should have done, meaning, do we have rules to not let young people in? I don't think there is such a rule, because we all have little brothers, little sisters, nieces, and nephews. But overnight, those things. Did she allow this baby to stay overnight in the past? Those are the rules we want to examine. And I don't know what they are yet.
Meg believes the case will head to trial, and when it does, we will likely learn a lot more about the details. We also know that as prosecutors, they don't need a motive to secure a conviction. Sometimes it's nice to have, but it's not completely necessary. But in this case, I'm wondering if it might be useful for the prosecution to have some sort of motive in their back pocket to paint the picture better for them.
Well, legally, yeah, you can form intent and, slap in a second. As fast as I did that, that can be intent. So I think in this context, they'll bring the boyfriend in because he's the father.
Oh.
All right. And so the story will keep brought in on how they met and all that, just because we have to kind of give the narrative. We need to fill in the entire storyline again for the jury to make the right decision. So he will be brought in on both.
Court TV responded to my message because I said, finally shining a spotlight. He's innocent. I've been tagging you for weeks. Court TV responded, if people want it, we'll do it. So thank you for tagging us. Message received. I was like, are you kidding me right now? I'm like, the president was talking about it. Hey, David. Oh. They have a verdict? What am I missing? I'm missing. Okay, why am I missing it? Who's in Detroit? Let me look up Court TV, because now that they're all over it.
And so to say that the first degree murder would during the course of the investigation to the officers. But, you know, the key on this is the first degree murder. There's an acquittal on the first degree murder.
Oh, God. Play.
That's huge.
Stop messing up.
And to quickly answer your question, was guilty on lying to police.
Okay.
What the heck?
So that's congruent. That makes sense. The felony murder, the jury being hung on the felony murder doesn't quite make sense to me. But now you have the major charge. There is a not guilty verdict. And the felony murder charge, there's a hung jury. There's a guilty verdict on the underlying lying to officers during the course of the investigation. And so the prosecution now has to determine whether or not they're going to rebring the felony murder case against Mr. Jackson Bolanos. And I certainly hope they don't do it based upon everything that they missed and based upon the jury's verdict on the first degree murder.
You're a defense attorney, former federal prosecutor. I mean, your insight invaluable here. So something I want to ask you, when it's a judge, I think it was maybe day 2 or 3, came out and said, if the jury does not reach a verdict by Thursday, I will declare a mistrial. We had deliberations, they charges. From your experience, is that typical, atypical to give a jury 5 days and then give up on a verdict?
Well, I've been trying cases for about 35 years, all over the country, in state, federal courts. I've never, ever heard of or seen personally or heard of a judge who gives a timeline to a jury to deliberate and come to conclusions.
Wow.
I haven't. It's improper if it
because I told Court TV the verdict was in.
If a jury sends notes back saying they're at an impasse, of course, then you give an Allen charge. A judge would give an Allen charge and say, hey, go back and keep trying. Consider the opinions of your fellow jurors. Think about it hard. And if you again can't come to an impasse, tell me. And the jury, after the first time, they said they were at an impasse, asked for additional evidence. Then they said they were at an impasse, and then the judge gave them the Allen charge, said go back. Then we had an alternate jury replace a juror who who had to leave because of travel issues. And so you now have, this is only the second day for the newly constructed jury. So really, and this jury, the new jury with the alternate, did not send out any notes saying that they were at an impasse at all. So to put a time frame on that would have been extremely unusual. And there's no legal purpose, no legal basis to do that.
Do you know, does a judge typically have any insight on whether or not this was one juror who couldn't be swayed to the majority of the juror, or if it was 50-50? Are they given a look behind that glass to just know how rough of shape they're in terms of reaching a verdict?
Normally, no. The judge wouldn't have any additional insight. It's not shared with the attorneys. Now, I had a case in front of Judge Van Houten where there was a hung jury. In that case, as I recall, one of the notes that came out that said they were at an impasse said the number were 10-2 for not guilty. And so the judge shared that with us. Judge didn't share that in open court, but the attorneys, both parties and the judge were aware of where the jury was at that point in time. So that may make it's an excellent question. It may make a difference if the note comes out we're 6-6.
Right, and she just had less faith in
or we're 11-1. That's a possibility that person may come around, and certainly there was a much better possibility that the jury would come to a conclusion, come to a verdict after the new juror was constituted, the new jury, after the alternate became a member of the jury.
All right, Rick, thank you. We're going to go ahead and toss it out live to Walter Murphy, who is there. Walter, what can you tell us? So it's been a chaotic 10 minutes and a lot to break down here.
Yeah, that's right. So everyone who was in the courtroom when that verdict was read, they're still in there. They have not left the courtroom yet, but like you guys have been mentioning, he was.
I'm going to 4 and I can't find it.
On all of those charges other than lying to police. And like I mentioned, it has been a chaotic 10 minutes and everyone is still inside of that courtroom right now. We're waiting for them to leave the courtroom so we can get a sense of what the mood was like inside when that verdict was read. And as you can understand, I'm sure that the family might want to talk to us. They might, feel.
Jackson Bolanos.
And I know for the record, Mr. Jackson Bolanos is present, as are all counsel, and our 12 jurors have returned to the courtroom again this morning. We took yesterday off because there were some conflicts. He came back this morning and been diligently working. We produced yet another transcript for you and just after lunch, and we received a note a little while ago indicating that you
can y'all hear that one?
As to 2 of the counts, you've reached a verdict as to 2 of the counts, and you are not making any more.
What the heck? I can't hear it.
Who is your foreperson? You are actually juror number 15. Okay. Juror number 15.
These Detroit news stations suck.
Take a partial verdict as to the 2 counts that you have reached a verdict on, and if you haven't reached a verdict, just say deadlocked. Okay, and if you have reached a verdict, read what's next to the box you check marked under that count. Okay, so the clerk is going to take the verdict from you. Please stand. And after she reads the count and the charge, you read what's next to it, or deadlock if you're deadlocked. Thank you.
In the case of the people of the state of Michigan versus Michael Manuel Jackson Bolanos, Ms. Foreperson, will you plead the verdict was marked as to count 1, first degree?
Can y'all hear it?
Deadlock.
As to count 2, first degree premeditated murder.
Not guilty.
As to count 3, home invasion first degree.
Deadlock.
And as to count 4, concealing facts or misleading the police.
Guilty.
Okay, I can't hear it.
Please stand and raise your right hand.
Members of the jury, listen to your verdict as reported by the court. You do say upon your oath that you find Michael Manuel Jackson Bolanos hung as to count 1, first degree felony murder, not guilty as to count 2, first degree premeditated murder, hung as to count 3, home invasion, first degree.
Look at all those
and
officers.
Guilty of count 4, concealing facts or misleading the police. So say you, Mr. Foreperson, so say you, members of the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated. Would you like the members of the jury polled?
No, you're.
No?
No.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I know this went much longer than we ever thought it would, and you did yeoman's work in this case, and we appreciate your attempts to come back day after day and try to reach a verdict, because after such a long trial, we wanted to give every opportunity to try to reach a full verdict as to all counts, and I understand it's just not possible. So I am going to come back and speak with you personally and give you some certificates from the court. I believe the attorneys are going to want a chance to talk to you as well, and you'll be able to talk to them. The restriction of not talking to attorneys is now lifted for you in this case. I guess I'd prefer you not give interviews to the press, because we're going to have to possibly retry the case as to counts 1 and 3. And so, so anyway, but you are free to do what you so at this time, you are dismissed from duty as detention records in this case. So the deputies are going to lead you back over to Judge Knapp's courtroom, and I'll be over there momentarily to come address you, and the attorneys will come after I have a chance to talk to you about it. Okay? All right. Oh, we need a very long answer.
They should say something today.
So at this time, I wasn't able to reach a verdict, counts 3, and the people will have to make a decision as to whether they're going to retry those counts. And we're going to set a pretrial for when? Next week?
Yes.
2 weeks. How much time?
Sooner the better.
This week?
Yeah.
My calendar for next week.
And Judge, I'd ask for at least a week, because
So
25th.
Thursday, the 25th at noon?
Yeah.
Does that work?
That's fine, Judge.
Okay. So Thursday, the 25th at noon, we'll have a trial if there are any motions.
What's next week?
Possible. The written motions.
What's next week?
And we will address everything then. And set the
What are they
if it's going to be retried.
And
doing
Judge,
next week?
I may have missed this, but is the court formally enter an order declaring a mistrial?
Yes.
on this?
And I have the order.
Thank you, Judge.
He's been acquitted. I'll enter an order of acquittal on count 2.
What?
And I'm going to hold off on referring for
Año!
until next week, and the other one, and I may just hold off on until I figure that out. Okay. That concludes this hearing.
They're starting from
Dominic DeGrazia on behalf of the people.
And Brian Brown on behalf of Mr. Jackson Bolanos.
And I question on behalf of Mr. Jackson Bolanos, who's present to my right.
And I know for the record, Mr. Jackson Bolanos is present as
Wait a minute. Wait. What just happened? Okay, so oh my gosh. What the heck? So, okay, so they said not guilty on the premeditated. So they're going to try to get him for the lesser charge and the burglary. Well, they have to do a pretrial hearing, another pretrial hearing. They have to go back and think about it. So we just need to pray that they will look back at their evidence and understand that they have to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And if this jury was deadlocked, they're going to talk to the jury. The attorneys are going to talk to the jury independently, which is why they didn't publicly ask for a poll. So they're going to talk to the jury independently, ask them some questions, and figure out what deadlocked them. And the prosecution will take that back to their office, take that back to Kim Worthy. Hope you guys in Detroit are going to vote her out. Anyway, they're going to take back that information to Kim Worthy, and they're going to decide if this case is worth trying again, and if they have enough evidence to take it and get the lesser charge. So unfortunately, Michael has to sit and wait. They are allowed to now, yeah. They are allowed to ask the jury some questions, figure out what they did, what they said, what deadlocked them. And find out. So Gwen, I have your email to him, but I don't have his actual email address. That part did not show up because I looked at it. So we can pray that when they take it back to the prosecutor that they will realize that the jury is going to tell them that they just didn't have the case locked up, put in a little box, wrapped up in pretty paper, and tied up with a nice little bow on it, and that there was lots of doubt. Yeah, it is. So this is my theory on this case, and everyone can, you know, have your own theories if you want. But my theory on this case is political. It's a political theory. It's money. But, you know, this happened shortly after Hamas invaded Israel, 2 weeks to the day. So it's rather convenient that this happened 2 weeks to the day that Hamas invaded Israel, right? It's still a crime of passion to me. It's a jealousy thing, either a boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. I don't know. But I think that you don't do an autopsy in Detroit in less than 24 hours and on the weekend. I looked it up. Wayne County doesn't do autopsies that fast. So something happened. Samantha had a lot of political connections. She had a lot of monetary connections. And I think that they also, in their very first press release about her death, they said they had many persons of interest, and one of them they were ready to call a suspect, but they weren't quite ready yet to reveal the relationship between the two. But there was a relationship, and they said there was no forced entry, which meant that she possibly knew her attacker, her killer. So to me, that tells me they knew a lot more at the beginning than what they showed at trial. And apparently, being a Democratic city as Detroit is, and murder rates going down as they did in 2023, the lowest murder rates in the city in I can't remember how many years it's been since Detroit had that low of murder rate. So they were like, oh crap, we have to get this crime solved quickly. What can we do? And then we have this white guy who admits to killing her, confesses and everything, but we can't have that. Not right now. This looks bad, especially for the synagogue that was raised from the dead and now has millions of dollars flowing in. We can't have a Jew on Jew crime right now. So no, that's not going to work. Who can we do? What can we do? What can we blame this on? Oh, hey, there's this guy. He's been walking around downtown Detroit all night. He's a black guy. He's got a criminal background. Well, let's figure this out. Let's put it on him. So they put it on the first black guy they see that's downtown Detroit. And guess what? He just happens to be down there all night long. But you can't keep this in the media because it's a black guy. And this is Democrat Detroit. And it's an election year. So you don't want to blast that. So now we have to keep it on the down low because you remember the president was looking at this. They did a press conference about this. KJP talked about it. She was like, we're watching this very closely, you know, but now it's an election year. We can't have a young black guy on trial for killing a white woman in a Democrat city where all this money's flowing, and she was a Democrat. Exactly. I'm like, you can't do that. So we'll just let this guy take the fall on the down low. That's why freaking nobody's talking about it. That's why Court TV is like, well, if they want it, we'll talk about it. Screw you, Court TV. You were talking about it when it first happened, and you ain't said jack about it up until now. So you don't know anything about this trial. And now you see a little buzz. Yeah, right now they just have him guilty on lying to the police, which I really thought Brian did a good job of you know, a good argument on that. Yeah, but that's because was it like in Detroit? I mean, I think that's because they stopped covering the stinking murder. They stopped covering it nationally. I spoke to Brian. Hang on a second. I gotta. I spoke to Brian a while back. I haven't spoken to Michael. I've spoken to a couple of other people. Right. Yeah. I've spoken to him twice. Yeah, hopefully. I don't know. I mean, I called him week 1 of the trial and told him that he had a group of people that were behind him. I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. Yeah, let me see if I can. So not guilty on first-degree murder. Everything else they were deadlocked on, except for the lying to the police charge. Thanks, David. I appreciate it. Ooh, did they, David? Hmm. Oh, hi, Char. Welcome. Brian's being interviewed. On which channel? Which channel? Local 4? Oh, yeah, I can't see it. Yeah, it's not posted on here yet. Well, Char, I'm just going to have to hear what you tell us what he's saying. Cuz I'm on local 4. Boo-boo. Coño. Well, I think the prosecution I think the prosecution is going to come back and say they're not going to retry it, or they're going to dismiss it with, with prejudice or something. Gwen has 40 names. That's how you find her. Just start typing in the alphabet. What did Brian say? Oh, well, I mean, because people were picking on him about his suits, and that was mean. It was so mean of people. And I'm like, my gosh, who cares about his dang suit? He's on trial for his life. Like, leave that man alone. We don't say fly anymore. Okay, it's bussin'. All right, Brandy, get with the program, ma'am. Well, yeah, they look like twinsies. They were so cute. Brandy, you definitely white if you saying fly. Okay, so we're going to pray. Well, I know that, Brandy. I don't know what the telltale was. Yeah, it's busting, LaDonna. It's busting, okay? We got to bust you. You busting. KL, I knew you was black, okay? But I'm just saying it ain't fly no more. We can't use fly. I mean, our age people use fly. But the kids now is bussing. You bussing. Also, kids say sus all the time. That bothers me. My little 9-year-old nephew says sus. Right? That's what I'm saying. And he has a cool old school microphone tattooed on his hand. That's cool as hell. No, I don't think he's going to go back to that. I think actually Michael wants to get into law. Yeah, to us it means suspect. Okay, I don't think my 9-year-old nephew knows what the hell sus means. Okay, because he says it just like to say it, and I'm like, do you know what sus means? Because I'm pretty sure you're not using it in the right terminology, but he says it all the time. To me, sus means like you up to no good, but nuh-uh, not to my 9-year-old nephew. Bussin'? No, honey. Brandy, shut up, white girl. Look here. Bussin' means that stuff is blinged out. You are like, you are looking fly for a white guy. Okay? That's what bussin' means. Okay? Bussin' means you like, you're all like moneyed out. Money. You got your Louis Vuittons or your fake Louis. I don't know. Got that roly, right? That's what they don't even call them roly. Can't even use a whole word Rolex. It's a roly. Now you know you bussin', LaDonna. No cap. No cap. That's right. My buy me a coffee has no cap. No cap. We're learning all the words now. Learning it all. I love it. I love this great mix we have. Then we all don't know what the heck we're talking about. See? Snazzy. There you go, Jenny. You just brought a word back that came back from like 1922. But that's okay. You can do it. Bring it back. Bring it back, Jenny. It's all good. See, South Africa is so far behind. She's still using the word snazzy. About what? About what? About that life? That's what I say. You ain't about that life. Kirsten, bless your heart. It's like we're talking in tongue when we talk to Kirsten. Sharp dresser. Oh Lord, are you talking about your dresser drawers, or are you talking about your clothes? What you talking about? I don't know. Y'all, we done got way off topic. We're trying to entertain ourselves because we don't know what to do with this news we got today. So we're just like, just messing with ourselves. I don't know what we're doing. You know, sometimes you just gotta laugh. You know, you gotta laugh. You gotta do something to lighten the mood, to make things not so crazy. You know, I mean, y'all lucky I have a bra on half the time. So, you know I look sharp, well dressed. No, I don't. I just roll out of bed and come from my bedroom that's right around this door corner right here into here. That's right. That's right, Kirsten. I mean, it's terrible. And I'm still sitting on a heat pad. That's what's so bad. I roll out the bed and put a heat pad on. Just roll out with the heat pad. Unplug it from one outlet to another. It's so bad. So bad. That's how old I am. See? I mean, sometimes these trials and all these psycho crazy people out there can make you just the witch trial was getting boring. Thank you, LaDonna. I appreciate that you pointed it out to me, but it was getting boring. The part that was the most exciting part, and it's really sad, was the puppy. But when they showed that puppy picture, that pretty much did it for me. I am a little curious about the family dynamic. I will say that. I'm just a little curious about the family dynamic because I kind of want to understand, you know, because clearly she started having them kids when she was really young. Where are the daddies at? So I'm just kind of curious about that dynamic. Jenny, I don't know why you are having winter right now. That is really weird to me. I don't understand how the globe works. So Gwen, I don't understand the words that are coming out of your mouth. Let me reread that. Oh, the reason I don't understand that is because that's not words. I'm sorry. You're saying YouTube words. Hang on a minute. Bless your heart, Steelers. Poor thing. Bottom of the globe. Look, y'all are talking in tongue now. Now y'all done jacked me up. I don't even know what y'all are saying. Is jacked up still a thing? I don't even know. Hopped up, jacked up. Y'all football season's coming back. I'm excited. Man, y'all are all the wrong. Okay, now y'all are messing up. Okay, now you're talking about football. Don't go there. Don't go to football, y'all. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, you going there. You going there. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. Y'all, look, let me tell y'all something. This time, my 49ers are going to win this damn Super Bowl because they mad. They're pissed, and they're going to win it. Kittle and Purdy, it's on. Debo, it's on. I know. KL, I don't know who your team is, but it's on. This year, things are happening. Who is Tom Grossi? Is he gross? Y'all, I just get on here just to shoot the breeze with y'all because I swear y'all just like have me all twisted up. Here you go. Have me look up some. Look, y'all have me look up somebody. And I'm gonna get dinged for it. Yeah, I can't put this person on my YouTube, but I'll look at who this person is. He creates NFL content 6 days a week. Cowboys, KL, come on. Girl, I live in Texas and I can't do that. Ugh. You asked Michael, Char? Green Bay? Okay, Brandy, look, you got to stop talking. Okay? Brandy, that's enough out of you. I don't want to learn the YouTube lingo because it's not lingo. It's not words. It's not real words. You don't unalive somebody. You don't, that's not a thing. And S-aid, what is S-aid? S-aid, S-aid, that's the letters. I'm sure he's real cool, Brandy, but I can't put him on my channel because YouTube dings me all the time. I can't put nobody else on here. I got dinged my last live video trying to be nice, play Christian music, and I got in trouble. I know, but YouTube words aren't real words. I mean, now, if I say twerk enough, like, twerk became a word in the dictionary. I guess if you say words enough and you make stuff up, then it goes in the dictionary, then it becomes a real word. Of course you like ice dancing and ballroom dancing, Kirsten. You're from Europe. You have Eurovision. I used to have one of those. I have giant TVs in every room in my house because just for football season. Oh my gosh, Jenny. What? Yes. You know what, Kirsten? I honest to God did not know Eurovision was actually a real thing until this year. I was this many years old. I was today years old when I found out Eurovision actually was a thing and not just a movie with Will Ferrell. I don't know what that means, Brandy. Again, I'm just going to tell you to stop talking because I don't know I don't know anything you're saying. I think it is a song. Hey, but your girl, Brandy, yesterday got all over the New York Times. I saw her. She was getting mouthy. I was like, dang, okay. Oh my gosh, Gwen knows translations to this stuff. Yeah, the Eurovision is nutty. That's some serious stuff. Yeah, I know what the things stand for, Gwen. I just don't want to say it. I don't want to do it. My thing is, it's not legit. I want to speak like a human being. That's my problem. That is my issue. My issue is I want to talk like a normal person. I want to be able to say I'm bussing and I got no cap. That's what I want to do. But dang, I can't do it because YouTube has all these rules that are keeping me down. Right? I know I get in trouble all the time. It's just so wrong. What's no cap? No cap means I got no limit. No limit. Bring it all. No lie, no limit, no nothing, man. It's no cap, no cap. I don't freaking know. See, Brandy knows. I don't know. Man, LaDonna, if you only knew, look, every time I post something about Joe Biden, I get in trouble. Says it doesn't meet their community guidelines. I don't know what that means. What are the community guidelines? That chick is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I covered her trial too. I kept saying the crack pipe box because that's what they kept saying was in her car was the crack pipe box. And that was just hilarious to me that that's how they said it was a crack pipe box. So I said that over and over in my videos because it was hilarious. Well, now he has COVID. That poor old man's had every shot known to man, and he's got COVID. Say what now? I mean, I thought COVID was the illness of the unvaccinated. And now he's talking about dropping out of the race. Oh, yeah, she attacked her lawyer. That crap was funny. She's probably coming down. Jenny, you know what? I leave my TV on, which is really, really, really bad. And I just leave it going on trials and stuff. And I hear this crap in my sleep. Good for you, Jenny. I've had it 7 times. It sucks every single time. I watch trials, crime, all that crap. But last night, so remember I told you I went to Arizona and I got, because Arizona stuff is legal there, and I brought the stuff back from Arizona to Texas. Well, I took my stuff last night and I forgot that it was the stuff from Arizona. I didn't even think about it. So, yeah. Needless to say, I was very heavy last night. Very, very heavy. It was the one that was supposed to make you go to sleep. That did not make me, it made me sleep, but I was awake, thinking and listening to the TV. But my body was very heavy and could not move. However, like I said, I woke up to a milk glass with a paper towel in it because apparently I ate double stuffed Oreos and milk and an empty bag of rice cake drizzle birthday cake flavor. Empty. So apparently I ate too much of the gummy. It happens. Now I have no more of that. I have to go back to Arizona. I got the first shot and it messed me up. I was paralyzed for half. I couldn't move the whole upper half of my body for 2 years. And I still have nerve damage from it. So won't be doing that again. LaDonna. You've had it 3 times. Well, good deal. You've never had it, Kirsten. Man. Yeah, there's a lot of horror stories out there. A lot. Oh, something weird's happening in this Oh, it's worth trying, Jenny. What? LaDonna, get the heck out. Nuh-uh. Bye, KL. See you tomorrow. There's something happening in this trial. This witchcraft trial. There's no way. I can't believe that. Let me see what's happening in this trial. I can't hear anything. Once again. I think they're talking about him possibly testifying. Well, that's why I'm retarded. Sorry.
So it's not by a party opponent. Give me 1 second, please.
Trying to figure out what they're putting in.
I am going to refer you to one piece of relatively recent case law. State versus Flores, Iowa Supreme Court case from January 26th of 2024. Deals directly with the rule of completeness. It was a situation where the defendant brought up in testimony certain aspects of a statement within CPC,
Thanks,
I believe. The state was then allowed, in order to complete the record, to play the entire CPC video. CPC video. The only significant difference between these two situations is who's asking.
Give me a second. I found Flores. It looks like it's 2 Northwest 3rd, 287.
I don't know what he's trying to put in or out. That's what she said. I mean, I don't know what in the world they're talking about.
I think the portion of that case you're talking about, the Iowa Supreme Court says the rule of completeness applies regardless of which party opens the door. And I think that's the point you're making.
That is the point, Your Honor.
Seriously,
that is at least part of the point that I'm making.
Oh my gosh.
And also the fact that you'll note that they went from somebody testifying about a statement that was made to being allowed to play the video, even though the defense hadn't played any portion of the video.
That is awful.
That case is certainly a little different factually. It deals with sexual abuse of a child. Do you know the age of the child from that case?
I do not off the top of my head.
Okay.
But I would note that they're not talking about in their analysis, at least in this portion of it, they're not talking about
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't understand. The defense guy's weird too. He asks a lot of weird questions.
What's the word?
What's the word?
They're talking specifically about the rule of completeness and not the catch-all rule that allows you to go around hearsay for child victims. They're not.
He's not a
The
child.
residual exception. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you, Ms. Lassance. That's the word. They're not talking about the residual exception. They're talking about the rule of completeness.
So without having read Flores in its entirety, I said sort of two components here. The first one, I think you've conceded that what you're proposing to put into evidence and show to the jury is hearsay. My second question for you, if the state asks Officer Rosenthal one question about some interaction he had with the defendant, and Officer Rosenthal talks about one particular comment the defendant made, do you take the position that that opens the door to the entire video coming in?
Oh, this is another situation
Your
with
Honor,
Gregor.
I don't propose
like a
to be
Gregor
an expert
situation.
about at what
We let
point
this much in.
the
We have to
door
let
is
the whole thing
open.
in.
There was a lot more here than one point and one comment. I understand your question, and I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
I would say that this is not that hypothetical.
Well, he
That
has to
this
be
is a
able to defend
situation where
himself.
They talked about it at length, and where Investigator Rosenthal gave opinions as to whether or not Tyler knew what he was doing.
Okay, I understand that's not the circumstance. That's why it is a hypothetical. It's different than what we had here. I understand that. I think you get my point, and that is, at what point do you believe the door is opened up? And I think your answer is there isn't any fine line.
I think that's correct. I don't think there's some bright line that you can, but I think it's fair to say that that line's been crossed here.
Okay. For now, my ruling is A, the state didn't show any portion of the video. B, what the state has offered up to this point in time is permissible. It's not hearsay. C, I think we've had a motion in limine that addresses this, and I think it was agreed upon by the defense. Now, that doesn't mean it automatically stays out. It means that we have to discuss it outside the jury's presence if you intend to go outside the motion in limine, which you have done, and I understand that. But you are entitled to cross-examine Officer Rosenthal about any portions of the video. You've seen it. You can ask him questions about things that the defendant may or may not have said. They may be objected to as hearsay. I don't know that. But you can cross-examine Officer Rosenthal on his expertise and his take on things that the defendant said. You're entitled to question this witness. I don't think you're entitled to put in, I don't know how long the video is, but a lengthy video where your client continually talks and discusses things that would be hearsay. I don't think you can shroud that under the rule of completeness and just say all of a sudden it all gets to come in even though it's almost entirely hearsay. I'm not going to let you show the whole video. You can offer it into evidence as a court exhibit if you want for purposes of completing the record and for appeal. But I don't think it's appropriate to let all of that come in when it is hearsay, and you have the right to cross-examine this witness.
May I make one point, Your Honor, in response? I would note, Your Honor, that while I can cross-examine him, I can't make him change his opinion. And he has made opinion statements about that. The jury is entitled to form their own opinion, but they're not being allowed to watch the actual interview.
I agree with everything you've said. What's your point?
Therein is the problem. The jury's right to form their own opinion has now been abrogated. It's now been curtailed. It's not, they're not being given that right.
Well, to the extent that he offered his opinion, he did so without objection. So if there was a question that called for an opinion and you don't believe that he was authorized to give that opinion, I didn't hear any objections, so it came in. You said I can't get him to change his opinion. I don't know if you can or you can't. That's cross-examination. But I understand your point. Any other record you want to make on this issue?
Still don't
Your
see
Honor, at this time,
Brian's
we're going to
interview.
offer this as a court exhibit.
Let's call it E.
E.
E as in elephant. Okay. And you have a flash drive with the whole video on it. We will call that court exhibit E.
Oh yeah,
And it will come
sorry.
in for that purpose.
I
It will
saw
not be
something
shown
was
in
happening.
open court. It will not go back to the jury.
And for the record, and I want to be 100% transparent about it, we did cut out the part where he asked for an attorney.
Okay.
So
understood. Thank you. Any other record from defense this issue?
I believe there is one reference in there that we were planning on cutting out, although we hadn't gotten that done yet, but there is one reference in there to his diagnoses. And that could easily be cut out.
Okay, understood.
It hasn't been on that exhibit, but it could. I was not proposing to show that portion to the jury.
Anything else from the state on this issue?
Yes, Your Honor. The fact that this interview was recorded really has nothing to do with the testimony. The recording was not mentioned except by the defendant. The state didn't play the video and didn't refer to it. And if what defendant is standing on is correct, then anytime there's a statement against interest, then a defendant would be free to play any recorded interview regardless of whether it's hearsay or not. It would just be a complete defeat of the hearsay rule, and it would defy hundreds of years of evidentiary jurisprudence. So I'm asking the court to overrule that and not allow that to be done, not allow it to be played.
Okay, and that's what I've already ruled. Mr. Hoover, do you want to give the court exhibit to the court reporter, please?
And actually, that's not true because he talked about it.
There is nothing.
Okay, are we ready for the jury and to resume cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, well. I'm not finding anything with Brian. Interviewing. I don't know, Kirsten. I think it's that the Tyler guy has some background in with that. And they don't want it brought in, apparently.
Please be seated, everyone. Okay, Mr. Blair, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Well, I'm misunderstanding.
No further questions.
Mr. Nelson, any redirect?
No redirect, no questions.
Okay,
Wow.
Thank you, sir. You are free to step down. Another witness for the state?
We have no further witnesses, Your Honor, and the state
Wow.
rests.
All right, very good.
I knew this was going to go fast.
Okay, folks, the state has rested. That means that we've received all of their evidence, things that you have to discuss at this point in time before we turn to the defense's evidence.
So now you have to leave the room
So
again.
I'm going to give you a short break again. This break will probably be about 15 minutes or so. Remember the admonition, report back to the jury room.
Can we approach real quick, Your Honor, before letting the jury go?
Yes.
Because I guess the defense probably has no one. Wow, they had the jury out all this time, and then they bring them back in, and then they're going to make them leave again. What a hot mess. I knew this was going to be fast, though. Well, the trial with the radio host was really fast. It was like a day and a half. It didn't take long at all. So I knew this one would be fast. I mean, it's pretty cut and dry. What the heck, LaDonna? Stop it. You guys stop it with these terrible, disgusting cases. Ew, about. Ugh.
Okay. The attorneys approached and told me that the defense has their witness here and ready to go in the of continuing to move things along instead of sending you out to organize their evidence. They've got a witness ready. So we're going to go ahead and start with a witness for the defense. Go ahead and call your witness, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we would call Corporal Justin Stair.
We're all lost, Jenny. We're all lost.
I apologize, Your Honor. I thought he was out there already. Okay.
Well, he was just right there. They poof, disappeared into thin air. I don't know where my witness went. I'm telling you, man, the cases are just terrible. Did you guys see my video that I did about the mom? It was combined in another video with the mom that did the exorcism on her child with her dad and brother. It gets it does.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Justin Stair, Justin, last name Star.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Corporal, you're a certified peace officer, correct?
Correct.
How long have you been a peace officer? And you're currently a corporal. How long have you been a corporal?
That was
Oh,
probably
you have me on the TV though?
probably about 8 years now. No, sorry, more than that, 12 years. Or, yeah, 11, 12 years.
And what did you become a corporal?
Just then we have an interview, and then they certify a list and pick from that list.
And What are your current duties?
Come on, let's get on the big screen, y'all. Woo. Randy, stop it.
Right now, I'm a street corporal.
Y'all are some sick people.
The 24, what assignment at that time?
I was a corporal back in criminal investigations.
And on that particular day, did you take pictures?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any idea about how many pictures you took?
About right, a lot.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. Okay. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And was that a photograph you took?
Yes, it was.
And can you tell the jury where, in conjunction of the house, was that photograph taken?
So if you're looking at the house, it would be on the left-hand side where the driveway area.
Could you say that again? I apologize.
If you're looking at the house, it'd be on the left side of the house, which I believe that would be the east side of the house or southeast side of the house, and the driveway area.
Okay. How far from the stairs would it have been?
I'm not sure, but since
It would have been fairly close to the stairs?
if you're talking about the rear stairs, correct?
Yeah.
If where the rear stairs was at, so if they're here, it's somewhere further away from the stairs. I mean, we're like right at the base of it going up. I know that it was somewhere right in on the driveway, more towards the driveway area.
Was there a particular reason you took a picture of this area?
Just taking photographs. This struck me as something to take a photo of. You know, if there's possible print or whatnot. At the basics of the base of the photos is just taking overalls of everything as you can see or as is.
Sure. Did you have an opportunity to observe the rear door?
Yes.
And did you have, okay. And what were your observation of those stairs?
Obviously, there's so long as the car, there was prints or impressions in the steps.
Did you take any pictures of those?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you didn't? Then there, could you put it down for a minute, Your Honor? You also took some pictures of tracks, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Defendant's Exhibit C. Okay. And are these the tracks that you took a picture of?
Yes.
Okay. And were you ever able to make any kind of determination as to what made those tracks?
I do definitely animal tracks.
Okay. Do you have any kind of idea what kind of animal?
Or a squirrel. Okay. I live in the country and I see those all the time every winter. So it's one of those animals.
Do you have any idea about how deep the snow was?
Bye, Kirsten.
I don't recall right offhand how deep it was.
Did you take any close-up pictures of those tracks?
I thought there was some closer photos.
Tomorrow, probably just recap some stuff. I'll just do a video.
Just having it.
Oh yeah, I couldn't have a kid right now. Hi, Kirsten. Get some rest.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Corporal.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Corporal, today.
Good.
Good. Okay, so one thing we can see from these photos is that it is definitely, can I keep that up, Mr. Hoover? Thanks. It's definitely snow covered out there, right?
Yes.
In your experience as a person, an officer, how great photos taken?
Not very good.
Okay. You did take close-up photos of those tracks though, correct?
I believe I had some that were a little closer.
All right, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm giving you what I marked as State's Exhibit 42. There are 2 photos here. Can you take a look at those? Can you tell me what those are, Corporal?
Yes, like the animal tracks that I saw before.
That you took a close-up of these tracks in Defendant's Exhibit C?
I believe so.
Okay, can you see in those photos the tracks up close?
Not really.
It's difficult,
Yes.
but can you make them out?
In this one, yes. And at an angle, yes, you can kind of see them here as well.
Okay.
It's faint, but you can see them.
And in those photos, what do those tracks appear to be to you?
Animal tracks.
Okay, move to admit State's Exhibit 42.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
42 is admitted.
Can we take that? Take the picture down. Are you done with it?
Yeah. Okay, can you put up your exhibit C, Mr. Hoover, another reference? A. Can you one up, please?
On a minute. Let me just. All right. It's up there.
Thank you. Okay, does it appear in that photo that there
Look
are
at you
several
guys
fairly
being such wonderful
distinctive
mothers.
footprints?
Here I am talking about my son trying to
Could
put
it
me in the
also
loony
be
bin.
possible that there could be footprints or tracks from within the
And you being
home
such a
or
great
somewhere
grandmother
else
and
around this
everything.
crime scene?
Correct.
And would it make sense
And
for you as
again,
an
my
officer
son
to
calls me, I
photograph
just
this in
ignore,
case those
'cause I
things
know
are
he's trying
found
to
so
drive
you
me
can do a
nuts.
comparison?
Correct.
Because snow melts, right?
Yes.
Those
If
tracks are
anything
going to be
happened to
gone
that
at some
kid, I
point.
swear to
Yes.
God,
Okay. And
the world would be on
may
fire.
I put up, can you put up the states, please?
Yes.
I'm putting up Exhibit 8. Okay, Corporal, you have a laser pointer up there, right?
Yes.
Actually, I think I'm gonna take it from you.
Okay, go right ahead.
In the first photo in Exhibit 8, you see the staircase there?
Yes.
Okay, and anywhere in front in this photo, do you see an area where Defendant's Exhibit A could potentially be from within this photo?
No.
Okay. Now, in the second photo in State's Exhibit 8, we have that same door right there. See what appears to be a bit of concrete. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would it make more sense that that is the spot that they're referencing in that previous photo?
It could very well be.
Okay. And as you looked in the sequence of the photos that you did, let me ask you this. Do you typically take photos in sequence as you're processing a scene?
When doing overall photos, yes.
Okay. And would it
All right,
make,
Brandy, have a
and
good
you did it
day.
in a sequence in this case, correct?
I'm about to head out.
Okay, so
too,
would it
'cause-
make sense in your sequence as you reviewed it?
Oh, you're just leaving
That this
so you can
area
go
would
watch
make
the
more
orange
sense for the photo that they're
I know what you're doing,
referencing?
Correct.
Okay. And that's where? The driveway?
Yes.
would it make melt the snow surrounded by snow, ice, tracks,
I'm gonna go get your
was made by a car at some point?
Could have been, yes.
Okay, no other questions.
Whatever.
Mr. Hoover?
Thank you.
I'll see you next time, Randy.
Just put that up, that's okay.
Okay. Corporal Stair, I think this is the area you were talking about right down here, correct?
Okay. As much as I love this, I am going to end the live today as well. This trial is going to go quickly, I believe. I think they're going to come back guilty pretty fast. The puppy, I think, did it for everyone. It did it for me. I am curious about the family dynamic, though, because the kids seem so weird. So I am kind of curious about that. So you guys, let's just keep praying for Michael. Don't forget, like, subscribe, share, tell people, talk about it. Share people the Buy Me a Coffee. And let's, I'll let you know if I can start a GoFundMe for Michael. And we're going to try and pray. We are going to pray that the prosecution changes their mind about retrying this when they go back and realize that they don't have the evidence they need to try this case again, and they will let Michael go. So that's what we're going to keep praying for. So I'll do a recap of this verdict and we'll keep praying. And I will see you guys soon. Bye.